Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Umzansi Esports League. My name is Dr. Sid here with Dendo and Snare, and we are giving you some of the amazing action in esports in the world right now that is not TI. So, so we're talking FIFA Ultimate Team. This is Northern Gaming Africa's FIFA, and we had some amazing matches this weekend. This is the last set of matchups for this weekend. We will continue next week. But first of all, before we talk too much, let's take a look at the schedule. And there you have it. We've got a match of a match today. It is TheBeastBianchi taking on Unfaizdd and Young Savage taking on Bobo Beast. Those are the two matches that will be coming to you back to back. After that, we will be switching to the PUBG Mobile segment where we will be taking on three maps on your favorite maps, Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar. Very quickly, let's take a look at the prize pool, which is the season 4 prize pool, stands at $17,500, with $15,000 going to the PUBG Mobile prize pool and $2,500 staying right here in the FIFA 22 prize pool. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are players playing and the leaderboard, and let's take a look at the leaderboard. It is Beast Bianchi taking on Unfazed. You know these two guys. Tendo, please talk to us about these guys.
Yeah, a bit of Goliath derby happening tonight, and I'm pretty excited to see exactly what's going to happen, right? Because both of them, coming into this one with something to prove, being in the playoffs. And I mean, the Beast especially, right? I think we all expected the Beast to at least make it a little bit further, maybe being the one to hold up that trophy, but it is what it is. It happens. And now this is that point in time where he can start to make that comeback story and try to keep himself at the top of the table, which he currently is, if I'm not mistaken, with a goal difference of +8. So he's going to be feeling confident about that.
That goal difference looks amazing. Will he be able to extend on that? Um, that we would have to wait and find out. But ladies and it is going to be looking to be a really tight match. I believe the players are just about ready, so we're going to jump into it. But very quickly before we jump into the game, I have a quick question for you, Snare. Predictions for this match. What's going to happen?
I mean, you already know what I'm gonna say about this one. And FaZe has got this. No matter what, it'll be fine. And not only has he got this, but we got this on the right kits. This time around, we're gonna call him scoring those goals. But on a real note, I do think that, given what we've seen in the past couple of days from both players, right? I do think that the Beast showed us definitely a more outstanding performance, but then one could argue that he had a bit of a weaker opponent, right, in the form of Atibira, who's his first time in the Umzansi Esports League. Whereas Bobo Beast, who on FaZe was able to put away, definitely was showing signs of having made a lot of improvements in his time that he spent in this league. However, I still have to go back to traditionally what I've been saying about Unfaizdd being a bit slower off the mark, not just with the new seasons, but especially when it comes to a new game. So in that regard, I do think Beast is going to be able to adapt a little bit faster. So I'm expecting this one to go. It breaks my heart, but Beast is going to win probably like 4-3 or 5-4. It's going to be a very close game. I only expect one goal to be in it, but I think he's going to be able to take it at the end of the day.
Tendo, one goal difference, but high scoring. What is your call for this match?
Yeah, I think coming to the point of the two matchups that they had before, or rather the one matchup that they had before each of them, right? Ati for the Beast, pretty easy I think for him. So coming into this one, I'm a bit worried, right? Because sometimes when you get those easy opponents, yes, it might be a big confidence boost for you, but it might not start you up on that right footing. And I think today we'll have a bit of a dispute at the Costas desk. I think I'm gonna go for the Unfazed win coming in over here. I feel like yesterday while we were tumbling around with the kit colors, he was putting up a really good show. He had a really good comeback into that game. So I think maybe he has a little bit of an edge coming off of that, being at a spot where he was losing and he had to come back in, whereas the Beast is coming in this one with all the confidence, right? And sometimes the confidence can get to your head, but hey, we'll just have to wait and see. Scoreline wise, I'm not gonna predict that. I don't think I'm ready to predict that. I'm just gonna give it to Unfazed though.
No predictions on the scoreline, just says that Unfazed is going to win. Now, you know what I say? I think the Beast is the one that is going to be eating up lunch today, because Unfaizdd can be Unfaizdd, but what can you do when you become a meal for the beast? He just wants to eat people up, and that's what he does. But we're waiting on the players to get the match started right now. Uh, now, looking at the table and the way it stands at the moment, it is early days to still call some things, but I think um, the Beast has to win this game if he wants to just keep the pressure on everyone else. I mean, winning this game against Unfaized is a big deal towards him getting into the next round. I mean, you do this; these are those top tier matches where you know that not winning your opponent doesn't just give you 3 points, but it also ensures that you are winning. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Tendo and Snare as they talk you through all the action today.
Thank you, Dr. Sid and Tendo. We seem to have both of these players getting off to the races very quickly. And given what we've seen over the weekend, we've seen very similar team makeups coming in from both of them already. Almost had an early goal coming in here from the BeastBianchi, but Unfaizdd was able to keep him out. But Julio, the BeastBianchi, definitely wanted to repeat his success. Probably not going to get 8 goals again, but certainly wanted to open the scoreline. He's in with a run from Mbappe, but does get dispossessed here by Unfaizdd.
Yeah, the run was looking good there, and I thought he was on, but now counterplay coming in here from Unfaizdd with Mbappe. Can try open up the pitch onto Neymar. And we'll see exactly how he responds after absorbing so much pressure. It seems like he crumbles to it once again as the ball's turned over back into the hands of the Beast with Ronaldo. Ronaldo making the run, passing it back. Can he find any space to work with? Yes, there was a lot of franticness in the beginning, but I feel Unfaizdd was good to just handle that situation and pull himself back into this one and not get that early goal in, which would have been really, really tragic for him.
One of the things I think is going to be quite interesting is seeing the fact that because they have such similar team composition, it's all going to come down to strategic positioning between the two players here today. So far, I mean, both of them managed to score a goal in the early opening moments of games, but we haven't seen such happen yet today. Still a very quiet affair. Such is the nature of FIFA 22 in many regards. As we see now, Julio with Saint-Maximin on the edge of the box, trying to curl it inwards, but doesn't end up going anywhere. And we've seen limited success with those kind of players, right, over the course of the weekend, where these floating balls haven't necessarily yielded the results that the same way that these direct through the center kind of passes have gotten for the players.
Yeah, but definitely I think crossing and trying to get those floating balls has become a better option inside FIFA 22, right? I think we're seeing a lot more players do those options compared to last season where we didn't see too many people, do that. They really were trying to drive it into the box, trying to get those 100% shots. Right now, Beasts on really good attack. Sanchez finds Kante. Can they find somewhere to enter into that back hole? And there goes the ball wide. Cross is an option. Doesn't opt for it though.
Ooh.
Tosses it into the hands of the defender. Squanders the ball.
Good heads-up play right there from Unfaizdd, positioning Ferland Mendy in the right spot to find the interception, and now attempting to go on the immediate counter-attack. However, the exact same thing we're just praising Unfaizdd for, the Beast displays as well. Positioning properly with Marquinhos. The one thing that is quite interesting about this game, they have similar compositions on wing-backs and in the middle and forward parts of the pitch, but very different backlines in its entirety. We'll be seeing that's going to be, we'll talk about it the other day, it's going to be the largest area of development for a lot of these players. That wasn't even offside for this game. That was offside for next week's game. Relax.
Yeah, that offside pass slows things down at least, right, for the Beast. Hopefully he can start up a build-up play and find some options in front of him. Finds Mbappe, and Mbappe is really dangerous in this kind of position. Ball's lost once again. I just find that Unfazed's ball retention is not looking really good thus far in the beginning of this game. Struggling to hold onto it, mostly defending, lots of possession in the hands of the Beast. And here he is once again, finds Kante onto Ronaldo. Ronaldo dangerous in these kind of positions, in these situations, finds a good pass to Mbappe, takes the shot, but it's off one of the defenders. But it's still in play. Can he find it? He finds the pass in, the shot! It's in, it's good. And the Beast opens things up.
What a goal from the Beast. It looked like at the end of the day, Unfaizdd would have the brick wall from Virgil van Dijk built up, but San Maximin comes through with a drill from the Beast, gets it through, gets it into the back of the net. And it's a good lead right now for, I would like to say one of our champions, but he has yet to capture the elusive title, despite being one of the best in the business, hoping that season 4 is finally his time to shine. And if he continues to perform in this way, he put 8 goals away past Atibira. Here he's looking very, very favored against Unfaizdd. Just need to keep up this kind of momentum. He looks quite good right now here, Tendo. And he looks like if he can just keep defending, it looks like he might not be long until he gets another goal, as we see yet another interception from him.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Unfaizdd start off slow yesterday, and there's so many players on this run. The pass it!
Oh!
How does he miss that?
Oh!
Mbappe on the volley. That was beautiful, honestly, man. Such precise play coming in from the Beast. And I was making a point that Unfaizdd started off really slowly yesterday, and we're hoping that he doesn't start off exactly that same way, right? Or else this derby is going to end in the favor of the Beast, and he's just on attack after attack here, the Beast. That one's offside, though. Gonna give Unfaizdd a little bit of room to breathe.
That was such a golden opportunity for the Beast to two away, I suspect this entire time, maybe the Beast is a secret Chelsea supporter. That was like a Timo Werner / Fernando Torres type of play. Missing open goals. So it's a little bit more difficult for him than it should be otherwise. He'll have still several opportunities to make sure he gets this one back. We're also seeing a slight change as well in the team formation. Gelson Martins, as he's putting on the wing in lieu of Dembele. So a slight change up. He's inside the box, though almost got into a very nice forward striking position. It still does feel like overall the Beast has not let off. At the level that he displayed against Atibira wasn't just because he's a weak opponent, but that's just how the Beast is going to be rolling right now. As he needs to defend against this Unfaizdd. Can he get away through here? Really struggling to find clean angles. He's not going to be able to do so just yet. Forced to go back into the midfield. And we've seen that whenever you're able to slow Unfaizdd down, it does tend to defend very well for you in the larger overall picture if other player putting him in that kind of position.
Definitely it does. Always working your favor, and he just keeps finding these awkward passes into players of the Beast. And look at that run down the middle there. If he finds that pass, it's going to be... It was going to be good, but a little bit too fancy for what that play needed, and squanders the ball. Maybe that's going to be something to bite him in, the second half of this one. But yeah, I mean, kind of the game I was expecting, I think. Yes, I think the Beast is putting up a lot of numbers in terms of just, the players pushing forward, getting these attacks, and getting, shots on target. But I think Unfaizdd is absorbing that kind of pressure coming into this one. It's kind of as the underdog, right? We all favor the Beast a little bit. And that's why I had to kind of be like, hey, guys, look, on the desk, it's going to be me backing Unfaizdd for this one, because I don't think he is, showing his full potential just yet. And maybe a good opponent, just like the Beast, is going to really unlock that.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen him that often one of his calling cards has been rising to the occasion, depending on who the opponent is. So we'll see how that tends to evolve over the course of the matchup. Right now, TheBeastBianchi, not only has he got the goal up, but he's been looking very favored in a lot of his positions and should certainly have 2 at this point. And it might be one of these things where this comes back to haunt him. We were discussing this yesterday, how goals seem to be further and fewer between in FIFA 22. So in FIFA 21, missing an open goal like that might not have meant as much. But now in FIFA 22, do you think that's going to come back to haunt him in the way that this game is playing out? The fact that he missed such an open goal.
Yeah, and it just takes like that one goal, right, from Unfaizdd to just shake everything up. And then all of a sudden the Beast is playing under pressure. And then he's just remembering all of those opportunities that he had that he missed. And we'll just hope that he gets the composure coming into the second leg. I mean, not the second leg, the second half of this one, right? Well, there's still a second leg to even talk about, right? Because now, we had that situation yesterday where it ended as a 1-1 draw. And then we basically had a best of 1 to try settle things out. Will we see something similar? Yeah. I think if Unfaizd's defense is as good as it's been for now, it's all right. He's got the opportunity. He just needs to get that really good counter attack and get that one goal, level us up. And then I think you have to shift that mental towards that second leg at that point. But still up to play for the Beast as well, right? You can still score a couple of goals and try to pull his lead ahead.
Speaking of the mental, we've been seeing that the Beast obviously has been playing with a lot more confidence with his passing ability, confidence in terms of ways making his shots happen. Another area, though, that we haven't seen him be as fully confident yet, but I suppose nobody is at this point in time. We've been seeing a lot of variability and differences in terms of the team selection, right? Not just between players, but even with the same player. the Beast has made some obvious adjustments in between yesterday and today in terms of how he's putting his team forward, or from Friday, excuse me, then today. Do you think that we're going to keep seeing this week on week on week, or how long do you think it's going to take before players feel a bit more confident and solid in what their team selection is going to be? Or do you think it's going to be one of these things where it depends on who you're matching up against, that you deploy a specific team against them?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting topic, right? Because, sometimes stratting for a specific opponent can be, detrimental and a positive at the same time, right? Because sometimes you go in there, you counter strat as well as you can, and it actually does work out for you, right? But then you do such big changes to the team sometimes that it doesn't even help you out. And sometimes it's good to just stick to what works for you, what works for your play style, and that's exactly what will keep you at the top of your game. If instead of having to always adapt with what other people are doing, is kind of just making people adapt around you, and that's kind of what builds the champions in esports like this.
FIFA, definitely one of the most competitive esports that we do have in SA, and TheBeastBianchi has been at the top of the game for a long time, has yet to claim a crown in the Umzansi Esports League. Unfazed, Tendo never lets me off the hook about this one. I'll keep raving about that season 1 victory and how amazing it looked at the time. Unfazed really wants to be able to get back to those heights, but it's looking like a bit of a difficult contest for him here. Going into the second half, we'll hope that he hasn't made too many adjustments on the team field, because it does feel like he just needs to find his groove in the game. We saw that yesterday where he lost the first leg, but was able to still come back for a victory. I am kind of hoping that once we do get the game back underway, that we see him be a bit more explosive on the ball, because I don't know about you, Tendo, but it feels like he was so reserved in terms of how he was approaching the game, right? And felt like he was still trying to figure out exactly how to approach his attack instead of having that same swagger that we normally see him play with.
Yeah, and sometimes that can happen, right? When you are pinned against an opponent that can exploit some of your cracks and your leaks inside of your systems, and you can sometimes be a little bit reluctant to make, the plays that you would normally be making, and hopefully you can get that confidence as the game goes, straight and through. But for now, I'm just wondering, coming into the second leg, right, Snare, are we going to see a shift in kind of like these possession stats as well, right? Because it's been the beast only. Are we going to see Unfaizdd get more of that, possession that really matters in that final third, especially because most of it is happening in his final third, which is, not where you want to be as a player, absorbing all that pressure. You kind of want to keep it in the middle, and you kind of both juggling. All right, cool. He's an attack on my side, he's an attack on their side, and not just attack after attack, because that's when things start to look a little bit grim.
Yep, attacking. I mean, just no one wants to be one-dimensional, right? At this point in time, the players know each other well enough to know that just having one particular strategy will definitely be figured out and exploited. You have to have as many different looks in the game as humanly possible, which is ironic because the TheBeastBianchi, who is regarded for having the most looks, is still has yet to capture a title. But we're almost about to get underway right now with the rest of the game here. And right now, with this 1-goal lead that the TheBeastBianchi has been able to put up, it's all on Unfaizdd to be able to drag one back for himself and see whether or not he can get on the board, or if it's just going to be one-way traffic, the Beast show, as we've often seen it be here on the Umzansi Esports League. So here we go. The game continues. And okay, quick pause, my bad. Might have preempted that one. Sorry for burying the lead. Even though what's deep, when the caster's curse even affects pauses. Damn, we're getting good at this, Tendo.
Yeah, we're getting good at this one, isn't it? And we're just waiting for everything to get going as the players are on the pitch already. Maybe a couple more changes coming in from either Unfaizdd and or the Beast, as everything's getting up and running once again. And yeah, I mean, like I said, just want to see a little bit more flavor, a little bit more action coming in. Oh, I think we're probably going to try to reset the game. I think we might have had a connection issue. And that's why that has happened. Imagine it just started off like that, just like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it looks like also, as y'all can see, we're back at the 0-minute mark, so it does seem like we're having some slight connectivity issues on one of the players, but the main thing, wanted to just make sure that we got a goal through, and now we're going to be wasting time until halftime to make sure that it is actually fair, because, one of the worst things that often happens when you're playing online tournaments is something happened to the connection when you're in a winning position. and people are like, oh, just restart the game, start from scratch. Fortunately, FIFA 20 players, FIFA 21 players, FIFA 22 players have more honor than that. So they're willing to let the goal go through, let the halftime tick out, and then continue the game from there. However, the one thing we have to take into account, right, with this kind of game setup is that now we're not going to be having the same degree of fatigue going into the second half. And given some of the players that Unfaizdd has on the pitch, this might end up being really highly to his benefit. He might not have to sub, for example, a Saint Maximin out when it comes to the halftime portion of the game. What do you think about his prospects going forward, given that we're going to have a much more slow start up into the second half?
Yeah, and it's an interesting time, right? Because we'll have to watch this and just wait it out a little bit. But for the players, they're busy thinking, what's the next play? What's the next strat coming into that second half when we can finally get things underway, right? And, I wonder, all right, being a little bit cheeky, not too sure what's going on. I'm sure that perhaps Unfaizdd will score a goal of his own so that we can get back to the level score just before the half ends. But yeah, this time, really good time for the players to just think of what's the next step coming into that second half and just like formulate what their game plan is going to be. And like you said, a lot of the players aren't going to be as tired, right? Because they don't have to be playing a full half like properly, right? So that's going to obviously add a little bit more explosiveness into it, and we'll see exactly how that opens things up.
It does give us a lot more time to talk about like how these players are going to be thinking about the game. And one thing that's going to be quite interesting as well is given this extra amount of time to think. Often one might consider that in games that are as fast-paced as FIFA can be, that maybe the additional time to think can be to your benefit. But often we've seen it be the case where players who have too much time to think end up making mistakes that they might not make otherwise. So do you think any one of these players are potentially at risk of maybe overthinking the game now that they have 6 essential extra minutes just to consider strategy and nothing else?
Yeah, you just gotta sit back and just go back and match history, right? And kind of think of what are some of the things that you're struggling with going up against the current opponent. And with that, you're just gonna have to formulate that plan, right? That whatever contingency plans you're gonna need for whatever moments that you're unprepared for as well, right? Because you gotta have those, because sometimes that person will also come in with their own strategies, and it might just formulate and kind of ruin whatever you had planned, coming into it. But yeah, we'll just have to wait a couple more minutes on the clock, guys. This is Umzansi Esports League, hosted by Northern Gaming, having a very interesting Sunday. The goal comes through. So I've been informed by our wonderful production that the game is continuing and these goals are counting. So I kind of think that they're playing just this one half and then ending it, if I'm not mistaken. So as it stands, the Beast is actually leading 3-0 to Unfaizdd. And everything is going underway as planned.
Intriguing. It does seem like Unfaizdd right now not necessarily playing with the same degree of hunger as might be expected, given that the game is going on. But all right, TheBeastBianchi definitely putting his best foot forward then from the onset. So now all the pressure back on Unfaizdd to try and make something happen. We're still going to get confirmation if we're playing just the one half of the full game. But as it stands right now, 3-0 up. Oh, the Beast, though, going to end up conceding the goal. Beautiful step over there by Unfaizdd. Drags one back with Cristiano Ronaldo. It's 3-1 right now. 2 goals in favor for TheBeastBianchi, but still signs of life being shown by Unfaizdd.
Yeah, and just to confirm, it is only going to be this one half, guys. So this pretty much wraps, for Unfaizdd, unless he can find something to put himself back in. He's going to have to be looking towards that second leg, where we all hope we won't have the same connectivity issues as this one, as things were very confusing. I mean, we had an entire segment of myself and Snare just talking to us. Oh, the shot comes out of nowhere while trying to explain my little cutaway. Gets a crazy goal here, the Beast, and just extending his lead even further there. Cristiano Ronaldo, right place, right time. And yeah, Snare, I mean, look, we've actually crossed a lot of FIFA games together, and this is the most interesting one I think we're going to have to put down on our list.
Oh, without a doubt. This is not just going to affect the scoreline for this particular game with only the one half being played out, but might affect Unfaizdd's mentality going forward throughout the leg itself. He's currently 3 goals behind right now. He's desperately to try and find something because not only do we have very few minutes left for this half, but because we're only playing the one half, we're not going to get the added bonus of the full time stoppage times. There's probably only going to be 1 minute. Very little time for Unfaizdd to make a difference here in the rest of this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much over now. Gonna have to look to that second leg, and I think this is one of those games where, yes, you're gonna be at a goal disadvantage walking into that second leg, but you kind of just have to take all of the mishaps that happen in between and just take it as it is, and just a fresh restart, fresh mental restart, and just come into that one and play your heart out, honestly, if you're Unfaizdd, because wow, that is bit of a tough scoreline to come into. 4-1, you know, I think 3 goals is quite a lot to get back in, right? I mean, if we're not seeing at least 1 goal in that first half of that second leg, and without the Beast scoring as well on top of that, then I kind of think we have to push this one under the water for Unfaizdd, and he's not going to walk away with any of points tonight.
Yeah, it's looking like a very difficult contest for him right now. Not only is he behind on goals, but just in terms of the play on the pitch, his perception of where the game is going as well. It doesn't seem like he is being able to match at all the TheBeastBianchi at this point in time. So the Goliath derby right now, very heavily favored for the TheBeastBianchi, the original signee for Goliath Gaming in the FIFA kind of gameplay. So now it comes down to adaptation, right? Because when you're behind in this kind of situation, and you've been beaten so handedly, it's not enough to just bring forth the exact same kind of game plan. You got to do something markedly different. I mean, we already saw that in between the previous game that he played and the game that he played now, the TheBeastBianchi had already made a very slight but clearly impactful selection change in terms of his team lineup. I wonder if Unfaizdd has that kind of ability in his own team or that kind of depth. Or do you think he's going to have to make a deeper tactical change rather than changing any personnel on the pitch?
Yeah, I mean, it's odd though, right? Because, like I said, that game was just so up and down, right? I think even emotions must be all over the show on both players' sides. I think if you're the Beast, you're sitting off a lot better. And yeah, I mean, the Beast is now currently leading the table with like 11 plus goal difference, which is quite a lot to catch up with, especially if you're someone like Unfaizdd who is thinking of getting into the, you know, that top 4. That's gonna be tough later down the line, and we've seen time and time again where it's the small margins that come to bite you back at the end of the day. But yeah, 3 goals. It's gonna be hard to come back. I don't know, Snare, in terms of what's the game plan to just reset yourself coming into this one. What do you even do if you're Unfaizdd? Like what, like you say, is it about swapping players in and trying different looks with squad composition, or is it actually game strategies that he needs to change within the pitch?
Well, we're going to find out what is going to be the answer for that as we get into leg number 2 now. Unfaizdd versus the TheBeastBianchi. 3 goals in favor right now of the TheBeastBianchi. We have a 4-1 on aggregate scoreline. And like you mentioned, the 11 goal positive deficit or positive goal difference that the TheBeastBianchi has right now. There were players who were in the playoffs who ended with worse of a goal difference in the whole season than what he's gotten off these first 2 games. Absolutely phenomenal start. Let's see if he can keep this going. As thankfully also, they've done us the favor of keeping their kit colors the same. Thank you, gentlemen.
I feel like that's just going to be like, because it started happening in the beginning of the season, right? We're just gonna have to wean onto that for majority of it. But now Neymar, takes that ball out. I was wondering what was happening there, but now Kimi can pull it back into play here as the Beast is starting this build-up play from the back. Can be very explosive when he has time to work up the play, but I think this one's gonna get caught by the defender. Unfaizdd is there ready for it. Back onto De Bruyne gonna run this down. Options not available. Turnover once again. Dangerous as the attack is starting.
Incredible there from the TheBeastBianchi. Gets it back in a contested midfield. Now let's see how far he can carry it forward. Ronaldo to Mbappe. Ronaldo lashes out the shot, gets kept out by Alisson. It curls out for a corner kick, which he's going to try to go for a header, but we haven't really seen much success from the direct corner kicks in that regard. So, as expected, gets into the hands of Alisson. The TheBeastBianchi can... The Beast now will pick up the errant ball. Virgil van Dijk for Unfaizdd, making a very key error here, which might end up biting him very heavily, Tendo.
Yeah, unlike Van Dijk to be making such errors in the back line, and now it's opening things up. And I mean, if the Beast scores here, I think we kiss curtains to Unfazed, right? I feel like that is going to be digging yourself out 6 feet. And then he's in! The Spider-Man goalkeeping from the keeper here saves it. Somehow it's not a goal. Another set piece. The cross comes in. The cross is good, but the keeper's there. Keeper's always there, ready for that one. Wait! Whoa. Okay, Unfazed, please. You need to just control it at the back line. Just relax, and get it under together. Ronaldo's back in, and it's gonna go, I think, for another corner. No, actually a goal kick, thank goodness.
Breathe, Unfazed.
This man is absorbing so much of the pressure right now. And I mean, even passes like that are just going haywire, Snare. What's going on?
He's definitely playing in a very flustered fashion right now. He's trying to clear his lines, but doing so in a very haphazard and frustrated fashion. And as a result, not able to do so cleanly. He keeps giving away these balls in these key areas. And as a result, the TheBeastBianchi very happy to pick these up and keep these attacks going. Looking for the subsequent goal, the first one of the second leg. He's in on the attack now. Ferland Mendy does keep it out. It feels like it's almost a matter of time before the ball is right back in that attacking position again for the TheBeastBianchi.
I'm just holding on to like all of my breath right now for Unfazed, right? He really needs to not concede the goal early here and try work it off. But the Beast is just outclassing him pretty much on every facet, right? Especially down the middle. He hasn't had much control. But now Fernandez doesn't have the ball. It's on to Sanchez. And it's odd, right? You have Unfazed, who is a veteran in the scene. So good at the game, and he's just looking so weak. Bit odd on how the ball bounced over there, but the Beast still able to control it. Can try bring it back in to try make something happen, get a goal for his team to pull himself ahead. Ronaldo, dangerous spot once again. Ronaldo finds the pass. Whoa, the tiki-taka gameplay there is so good, but the keepers are always prime and ready to stop one of those. And it looks like a short corner is going to be called. The short corner does get hit. Mbappe now working it. Kante looking for options. No options though.
Took so long. He was on the attack for what it felt like forever. And now he's actually releasing the player from Unfazed, but he can't find the ball onto the pass. Mbappe left out in the cold. I think he was scared that he wouldn't be able to get the chip shot over the goalkeeper, so went for the more guaranteed play, quote unquote. But unfortunately, the defensive positioning from the TheBeastBianchi way too good here in this matchup. Able to keep this defense clean. And that feels like one of the few moments that Unfazed has had anything progressive on the ball. And immediately got snuffed out by the TheBeastBianchi, taking advantage of the fact that he was able to call out the keeper in time. Almost got himself into a good position again. And Tendo, it's feeling like across these two legs, TheBeastBianchi just has Unfazed's number right now in its entirety.
Yeah, man. I mean, hate to put it out there, but the Beast is looking like a beast right now, holding the fort down. No goals thus far, right? So, yeah, you want to give it to Unfazed that, yeah, you can kind of try pull it back. But like I said, if we don't see something in this first half, it's going to be hard to ask him to score 3 goals in that second. But now, once again, applying that pressure is the Beast. Mbappe, fancy footwork is good to Kante. Kante, lots of people in front of him, nothing he can really do there. Now Ronaldo has an opportunity, but no, it's the defense from the Beast, man. It's like hard to watch because it doesn't even feel like Unfazed is in this game as it stands. Renato Sanchez is looking to be dangerous with Ronaldo. Ronaldo gets the turn back in, takes a shot, goes off. One of the defenders in for a set piece.
A very scary corner kick though, because from this position, quite easy for the TheBeastBianchi to try play this into the box, and that's where he is right now. Mbappe brings it in. Woo! Style on him. Style on him. Pour the salt on his body. The TheBeastBianchi flicks it over on the edge of the box, past the keeper, or past the last defender. Slots it in past the keeper. Incredible goal. I hope we get that in part of the highlights package because, my goodness, the TheBeastBianchi on it today. First goal scored here in the first half comes from him. We now have a 4-goal difference. He's up 5-1 on aggregate and looking as clean as a whistle here today, Tendo. And looking like he's not even done just yet. He wants some more goals even before this game is over.
Yeah, he's still pushing in this half as well, and I'm pretty sure this play is still going through. He's in! The pass back in isn't good though. There's a defender. Thankfully for Unfaizdd. Because right now it's looking terrible. It's looking really tough for him. I mean, I'm at a loss for words. You know, I feel like last season when these two went up against each other, it was way closer. I didn't see the Beast dominating as much as he is right now. Yeah. And the Beast is just on a tear down, and I think he's just carrying through that energy, right? You know, in the beginning of the broadcast, I said, like, yeah, you know, he had an easy opponent. So is he going to be overconfident coming into this one? Maybe he is overconfident in a good way, clearly, because he is absolutely running the show.
Running away with this game right now. The BeastBianchi goes into the second half of the second leg in a very confident position. All the work needs to be done by Unfaizdd. The Beast right now, despite being the one to have been playing more aggressively on the ball, has all the room in the world now just to experiment and try to figure out different ways to score. Although he'll have to now figure out ways to defend here as Mbappe or Unfaizdd gets a shot off, but Elan Navas in position. And unfortunately, from where he was, Unfaizdd didn't really get a very nice slot off the shot. Can't really get it past the keeper. You know, this is FIFA 22, revised goalkeeper mechanics. You gotta keep this in mind. Much more difficult to score. So unfortunately, he still is stuck. The clean sheet being dealt with as the BeastBianchi looking like he still wants to increase his lead. He's back on the counter attack now, and Saint Maximin looking for a partner here, Tendo. And every time he does so, it might be a goal. What an interception!
No, if he scores off this one, it's going to be so tragic. But thankfully the defense is there. The defense is awake just enough to keep that one out, and he's even going to get a throw in on his side over here, Unfaizdd, and Unfaizdd needs to string something together. Why does it feel like there's just always, you know, a white shirt in front of the players just ready to intercept the ball? No real room to breathe. Unfaizdd, and he's just getting closed down on the wing, and they got the ball again. Kimpembe clearing it out, and he's on the attack. He's formulating a counter here, the Beast, and he's not giving Unfaizdd any room to breathe at all. And maybe, just maybe, there's a cross that's going to come in here, and it is a cross that he's going for, but the defender is there. He holds things down just for a little longer, but he's lost it once again here, Snare.
Oh my gosh, as you say, like it looks like the danger's over, but every single time the BeastBianchi says, nah, you can never relax. He never calmed down. Already he's back in. He's found Ronaldo in on the space. Can he cut in inside the box here? Looking for the step over. Won't be able to find it. Gets tackled out. But he still has possession somehow. Renato Sanchez finds Gelson Martins, who's unable to header it down into Mbappe's feet. Unfaizdd, very lucky there with the pass. Able to get back possession and looking for a spectacular finish. Get the chip pass. Finally gets into the back of the net. And he gets a goal back here in the second half. But with 3 goals still, just to get a draw here, Tendo, is this going to be enough?
Yeah, you're asking for a lot right now, I think, Snare, for him to claw his way back into this one. He's going to need something explosive like what we just saw there. You know, that lob pass was so great. And I think thus far, we've seen more lob pass goals like that in just the short few days of FIFA 22 than we have in FIFA 21, right? And you can see the mechanics coming in. Then, oh, this man's in once again, taking shots. But the defense is good to stop it. But yeah, as I was saying, these lob balls are going to be really dangerous, right? And if people aren't aware and ready to defend those, you might just see some crazy score lines throughout the season. Mbappe is in here for Unfaizdd, but so many bodies in front of him, can't do much.
Yep. N'Golo Kante there for the BeastBianchi. He was wise enough to understand that he was going to get faked out on the step over. A lot of players would have been caught out, but the BeastBianchi, not just extremely skilled on the ball, has a very high game IQ, aware of what's coming, able to stop it. And now he's back on the attack again once more. Although he got intercepted, immediately back on the ball. And Ronaldo getting past his final man. Will he be able to make the switch over? Looking for a partner. Mbappe's open. Mbappe gets the shot. Allison up to the task, keeps it out of goal. Have another corner kick. It's still 3 goals in favor of the Beast, but he's not going to score from that position.
Yo, man, you know, seen a lot of plays during the Umzansi Esports League, but today I'm just on the edge of my seat with how the Beast is playing. everything is kind of making me scream, man. The passing plays, finding these players in these angles that I'm not even watching, the shots coming through. I mean, look, give it FIFA 21 with those old goalkeeper mechanics. I don't know about Unfaizdd. It would be really rough, but keepers have been coming a clutch for the most part. Kante is still on this one, man. He's just had retention of the ball for majority of it. I'd be surprised to see what the possession stats are looking like, right, Snare? I mean, he's had pretty much control of the entirety of the leg.
Yep. For me, it's not even just the possession stats, but where the possession has been. It's like we played the vast majority of the side within Unfaizdd side of the pitch. He keeps trying to string together some of these passes, though. Has managed 2 goals across the side, looking for his 3rd one. Gets denied from it. And every time that the TheBeastBianchi is on the ball, it looks like we might get another goal. But the scary thing is he doesn't need one. As long as the status quo doesn't change, he's very content. But what a through ball for himself. Gelson Martins, can he find a partner? He sticks out Donato Sanchez, who can't control the ball properly. He was in a perfect position, had so much space. But unfortunately, one of the highest stats of Donato Sanchez is not ball control in the box. So it does not end up being a goal.
Doesn't end up being a goal, but Mbappe might make something happen. Unfaized here, a bit of a consolation, I think, you know. Still a lot to, but hey, wait, it's 2 goals, right, that he needs now. If he maybe turns over, get something crazy like that lob ball, then maybe, you know, can start to go crazy a little bit, yeah. But I mean, this is not a game management point in tonight's game where the Beast is just going to hold on to the ball for pretty much as long as he can and just pass it around at the back.
GMTM. Not going to lose out on this one due to city mistakes, so happy to retain as much possession as possible. We'll try to attempt for the last attack here. 1 minute of at a time. Gelson Martins on the edge of the box. Who does he pick out here? N'Golo Kante gets the ball. Can he release anybody? Still just happy to maintain possession. Hasn't lost it just yet. And also happy very much to just run out the clock. Secure himself the victory. 2-1 in favor of Unfaizdd in leg number 2. But unfortunately, with a 4-1 throbbing in leg number 1, it still ends up in favor overall for the TheBeastBianchi as he takes the tie away with a very close. I think I got the closest prediction on this one. I said what, 4-3 or 5-3, and we came 5-3. I said 4-3 and we got 5-3. I'm okay with this one. It's fine.
Well, I mean, it was a close encounter, but you know, it looks close on the scoreline, but really, I don't think that encounter was really close at all. It looked like the Beast had it under control, and Unfaizdd was phased a lot in that particular game. Ladies, you look at that 5-3. That was a very close prediction by you, but it was close. It was 4-3 to Unfaizdd, if you remember correctly. Yeah. So this is shout out to the TheBeastBianchi coming through with that 5-3 victory. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got some amazing matchups in this tournament. Let's take a look at what this scoreline has done to the leaderboard.
Oof, look at that now. The TheBeastBianchi with this W, 10 goal difference, double digits goal difference after only 2 matches. Truly incredible performance coming in from him. Sure, some questions must be asked about the matchup against Atibira, but today he certainly was good for the money, and he certainly was good to show that coming into a new game, a new season, he's still looking to get himself the top seed position, because by far he's been the most dominant player that we've seen. It is only the opening games, but it's a statement of intent coming out from the Goliath talisman.
Yeah, and Thendo, we did say that the TheBeastBianchi needed to win this match to sort of set the tone at top of the leaderboard, because it's not only is he securing points for himself, but he's also taking points away from a potential rival.
Yeah, you know, definitely, and you have to take every single game as if you're versing a champion, right? It doesn't really matter who's in front of you. You have to deal with them, just like the Beast dealt with Unfaizdd, currently sitting at 4th in that leaderboard, and a bit disappointed, I think, with how he's played in that game. I think he had a lot of room to work over the night based on how he played yesterday, right? I think he could already see he was a bit shaky, not really, you know, too familiar with the mechanics of maybe how FIFA 22 is working thus far, and you kind of would have hoped for a tighter game, a little bit more closer. But yeah, I think Beast was just in full control of that one, right? And makes me a little bit worried now coming into our next fixture, right? I think Young Savage and Ati sitting down there with -8 already, and he's going up against the champion, and I'm already getting Darth Mayhem flashbacks.
No, I think it's the Beast.
It's
It's
Bobo
Young
Beast,
Savage
yeah.
and Bobo
Oh,
Beast.
is it
Yes.
Boba Beast? Ah,
Yeah, so
Young
sorry, I
Beast.
Ati's
saw
It's the
Ati's
baby
got a bit of
beast.
a break.
Okay, okay,
Ati's got a bit
okay,
of a break.
okay,
Eh?
Ah,
okay,
We're
shame.
okay.
not putting
Give Ati a
Ati
2
on the
Misread
chopping
that
block
one
yet.
there.
Yes. But this in itself is a tough matchup because if I'm not mistaken, Bobo Beast did um, play the survive to come back
Yeah.
into the league. If I'm
Relegation,
not,
yeah.
yeah, he did survive relegation. So I mean, he himself needs to prove a point coming back into the Umzansi Esports League that he does deserve to be here and he does have a shot at the title. But then again, our returning champion, Young Savage. Definitely doing his thing. Then what is your prediction for this match? To be honest, looking at what we know.
Well, now that I actually know which match is coming up, I would still give it to Young Savage, guys. Let's be honest, right? I think Bobo really showed a lot of resilience yesterday when he went up against Unfaized. I think scoreline wise, I think we're gonna see +5 goals on the side of Young Savage. I'm not really
Eh.
going to predict how many goals Bobo is gonna have into this tie, but he is not in the running for at least winning on my side, right? So I'm gonna give it to Young Savage. Just gonna have to wait and see exactly what is going to happen.
Quickly, stay your prediction.
I I still I favor Young Savage, but I don't think I'm as confident as Tendo is because given yesterday's game where we saw Bobo Beast playing, I do think that actually, given how Bobo Beast has improved, which he clearly has, his matchup against Unfaze, sure he ended up losing, right? But it was a 1 goal deficit at the end of the day. And I feel like today we did see Unfazed really did take into task by the Beast Bianchi, but I don't think that Bobo Beast did that badly against Unfazed either. And I think Unfazed actually played better yesterday than we saw him play today. So I would say that Young Savage will probably have a more difficult tie than you would imagine coming into this one. I still think he's going to win, but it's going to be very, very close. Maybe like a 3-2, or maybe even some 4-3 or something like that. But I do definitely think that Bobo Beast has clearly improved the most of all the players that are in the Umzansi Esports League right now and will be bringing us a very different look than the Bobo we saw last season. And we have to remember that the player who's on top of the league right now is the only player in the last season to have lost to Bobo Beast. So I think that he's really got something going for him right now. So I'm going to say he's
Cool.
going to come very close, even though he's still going to come short at the end of the day.
All right. We have the predictions, ladies and gentlemen. The match is about to begin. Let's see who, because we do have to take into consideration that it is a brand new FIFA a game, and the game mechanics have changed. So whatever we saw from the players last season, there are a few things that could change up the way that they play. So let's see if Bobo Beast can do something against our reigning champions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the kickoff because when they kick off the game like this, we're gonna see Bobo Beast just take the ball and go straight into the post and score. Watch me now, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. Sid, leaving in very capable hands of Thunder and Snare, and I'll see you after the game.
Thank you, Dr. Sid. We're getting into this one as we have become accustomed to Yatendo, the very early adjustments being made to the buttons, making sure that the team selection is on point. And then we get into this one. Of course, no matter what, it's gonna be underdog FC who's playing from behind here. Yesterday, we thought he was able to take it against Unfazed, didn't end up happening. It's more of a difficult contest here. He's playing the defending champion, and a defending champion who seems very good on the money in FIFA 22, despite having lost yesterday to Masum.
Yeah, definitely. I think the interesting thing as well, right, is I'm really curious to see how well Bobo performs in this one, because right now, Unfazed is a wounded shell of himself, right? Losing in that manner. And then I also think Young Savage is also in that same phase where he's kind of just like a shell of himself. So Bobo's in a bit of an advantage, like you did say. I still can't really give it to him, man. I think, Young Savage will turn on when it's most needed. But definitely Bobo, like you said, one of the most improved players thus far in the season. You have to be improved if you're going to stay in the league, right? So good to see that come through. And this is starting off in favor.
And it'll go well. That was a bit of a mess up. It's fine. Now yours. Oh, no substitution was going to come in. Yeah. Listen. At the end of the day, right, I know Dr. Sensei, we're not talking about TI, but an underdog team is in the grand finals. I'm just saying. Underdog FC might still do it today. But he'll have to deal with these attacks. And we are seeing that although the TheBeastBianchi has taken out Dembele, both Young Savage as well as Bobo Beast, still going to be relying on his talent here. See if Young Savage can utilize this to get the early opening goal. And he's in a dangerous position. But yesterday, one of the big things we were complimenting Bobo Beast about was the improvements on defense. And it seems like he hasn't forgotten those lessons, but he's still looking good on the money on that department today.
Yeah, defense has really improved, I think, from Bobo over the period that we've had for him to kind of wind things down and make sure everything's been fixed up coming into this next season. And the attack coming in so far with this build-up play. Players are making a couple of runs for Bobo here. Maybe he might be able to just open up the scoring. Splendid pass into the feet of Savage there. Yeah, unfortunate. Now Savage can, formulate attack of his own. Has an option on the wing as well to work with.
Quite optimistic on the pass there from Young Savage, so it does get given away immediately towards Bobo Beast. Very strong challenge with Achraf Hakimi. I have to make sure, listen, I hope all of y'all are signed up for the Church of Hakimi because I'm going to preach this gospel every single week. What a player. Get him in your team as soon as humanly possible. From the position where he got that interception, Young Savage, although giving up the ball in a key area, is still able to carry it into the final third. Looking for a way through here. Ronaldo to Son. Son tries to go for the shot. The goalkeeper comes in clutch, defends the ball, and no spillage either. So Ronaldo cannot get the rebound. He's immediately back into open play for Bobo Beast.
Bobo now make something happen with an attack of his own.
No!
Finds a very awkward pass into traffic there. It was looking good, but for now,
himself.
Yeah, it's like he got kind of outplayed himself. Like I saw that pass as well. It was going to be, into space. It would have been really tough for Young Savage to defend. But I think the defense just turned on when they needed to. But this man's still on the attack. He has options. He looks for the ball through, but the defense is there ready, primed. Wide ball onto Dembele here for Young Savage. And he find a run in back to De Jong back to Dembele. And just a bit of tiki-taka play to try get this build up.
Unfortunately, we do see that he's being kept out from this by Bobo Beast, who's been on point yet again with the interceptions, with the defensive positioning. Not playing as much in terms of the man marking, but making sure that progressing on the ball is very difficult for Young Savage to achieve. It's kept this 0-0, does make it a little bit more difficult to get very deep runs going yourself because you're not always in that super attacking position. But sometimes against players like Young Savage, it's more important to just keep things level rather than to just go for it all out from the jump. And he yet again keeps out a very good attack. Bobo Beast. The improvements, yo. This is the nature of learning. You don't just get better overnight. It takes a while, but these lessons can definitely pay dividends. And he's slowly trying to build up the ball, but oh my gosh, I thought he was going to be through there. De Jong overextended himself on an attempted interception, but unfortunately the ball itself also goes too far past the player, unable to utilize it in a positive fashion. And we're back now on a Young Savage attack. He's deep in the box. Son gets the dribble, but can't keep possession of the ball. It goes out for a goal kick.
Goal kick now for Bobo. He's going to start to play things from the back and a couple of options for him here. And he takes the ball well. Gets the pass back in. The players are working together quite well here on the side. Yeah, pass into traffic. Still manages to hold on to it. Cross might be available, but the defense is there to take it out. And we're going to get that corner. Laying it for the cross in, actually. No one's watching him! The keeper is there, ready, primed for the block. The spillage is handled by the defense, and now Young Savage can play from the back here. Try to get an attack in.
He's being forced to play from the back. That almost went into the back of the net. Young Savage, yet again, being put onto the defensive posture. We saw this yesterday from Masoom, but it's also being applied by Bobo Beast. Looking very clean here. Hasn't gotten a goal through for himself, but certainly not looking like he's living up to the underdog FC name. Looking like just a regular dog in this one. Can he get this away from the touchline? Indeed he can. Playing this out so carefully. And he's not making some of the classic mistakes we used to see from him. So now the only question is, can he get a goal through? Can he find himself in a positive position? Still needs a lot of work, but as this first half ends, I think it'll probably be a victory for him in his own mind if he walks away with the point. But now, looking for the dribble with Neymar. Can he get past his final man? He cannot. But he's still happy just not to have conceded in this opening half.
Wait, the half is done already. Wow. That is
that's
crazy. I think that went extremely fast, right? Compared to how many of us maybe thought it would go down, right? With a little bit more goals here and there to make it seem a little bit more exciting. But it was quite calm, cool, controlled. But I think a little bit more controlled on the side, obviously, of Bobo Beast. I think he's in more control of this game for me, right here. Now, I think Young Savage is a bit asleep, still trying to wake up. I mean, yeah, Sunday, sure, but that's the best day to play, right? Championship Sunday, right? This is when you need to be at your very best, and they're feeling a little bit sluggish coming in from the side there.
Listen, he's going to warm up for playoff Championship Sunday. Normal Sunday, meh, whatever.
Every Sunday is a Championship Sunday case, man.
Goes into the second half now. The defending and reigning champion. For him, every game day is championship day. He's now trying to make sure that he can maintain this and keep it up. We have yet to have a defending champion actually defend their crown. Young Savage might still have an opportunity to be the first. We have no goals yet in this one. Opening score will be very, very important. Young Savage trying to make it happen for himself, but Bobo Beast, yet again, the defensive interceptions. His positioning on this pitch has honestly been stellar when he's defending in the final third.
Yeah, defense has really been improving for Bobo. I mean, his defense was good yesterday as well, right? I just think he opened up in awkward moments that led to those goals. It's in now. He's got an option. What is the tumbling happening with the goalkeeper and the defense, and the cross is in, and it was dangerous the last time, but not dangerous this time. Now Young Savage squanders the ball back into his own feet, I guess, the way that worked out, thankfully for him. And he can string an attack in for himself now. Ronaldo's on the ball. Ronaldo's always dangerous from these positions. On to Son. Bit of an interesting shot there. You know, don't often see Young Savage go for spectaculars like that, but he goes for it. Whoa, he's sneaking through here. Neymar's on. Neymar has options to work with. Just the one, but it goes into the player, into the defense of Young Savage. And wow, that passage of play has just been up and down.
These players have been really going up and down the pitch, like you say. Both of them also getting into very positive goal-scoring positions, but unable to really put it away. Young Savage with Son. Probably just been feeding too much of the pressure. Feels like every time he takes an extra touch, the ball gets taken away from him. So tries to lash it first time. Doesn't end up yielding dividends. We'll try again right now, though. Gets a very positive dribble here with Marcus Rashford. Can he get into the box? He finds the pass, but Dembele not able to get onto it in time. Instead, the defenders will be able to access it. It goes back into midfield. The pinball game will continue. All these attacks still don't yield any goals. We're still sitting at 0-0 in the opening leg. 60 minutes in. Now it's the turn for Bobo Beast. San Maximin can't get anything going, and Young Savage suddenly back on the ball again.
This is a bit worrying for me, looking at Young Savage, right? He hasn't been looking like the Young Savage that we have all come to love from the last season. And I mean, he's coming in here basically as #1 seed, right? And he's going up against like 7th or 8th seed, basically. And he's struggling. No goals on the board, 65th minute. And every time it seems like he's on the attack, the defense just snuffs him out. But now he's on it once again. Son can be dangerous, but not dangerous enough. And Bobo, man, the defense is just MVP right now for him. He's on it, and he's on an attack as well. And we've seen his attacks thus far. They've been shaking up Young Savage, and maybe he can shake things up a little bit more. Finds a really good pass into Dembele! What a shot. What a goal.
What a shot, what a goal, what a passage of play to earn that goal. After 68 minutes of play, finally the deadlock is broken. Bobo Beast gets himself ahead. Dembele was taken out by the BeastBianchi, but it stays in the team of Bobo for good reason. And now he's not done. Looking for the next goal. San Maximin still on the ball, gets it back onto Neymar, who gets dispossessed. But it's so encouraging for Bobo Beast. Oftentimes, the most vulnerable time is immediately after you score. but he's the one playing aggressively immediately after getting a goal. And he feels like, yet again, not really living up to this underdog FC game. And like we were saying earlier, definitely looking like he's more in control of this opening tie.
Yeah, but Young Savage is in! And I thought for a second it was going to be a goal, but it goes wide. You gotta be hurting this Young Savage, right? Time is running down on the clock as well. And that goal was, I mean, you can't take anything away from that goal, I think, Snare. I think that one right there, build up play was great, passing play was great, the shot was great. And that's just being outclassed, honestly.
Yep. That was just pure class coming in right there from Bobo Beast. He did everything right for that passage of play, and he yields and gets the rewards for being able to play in such a fashion, gets that opening goal. The way things are looking right now, it seems like it might be the only goal of this tie. We've got 15 minutes of regular time remaining. Haven't had that many stoppages, so not expecting more than 2 minutes of stoppage time. And as a result, Bobo Beast, as long as he can maintain the same defensive posture that he's had so far in the Umzansi Esports League, the fourth season, then he should be good to walk away with a win here in the opening game. But it is 2 legs, so there is a long time remaining still for the comeback from Young Savage. And obviously, he'll have a lot to prove, but the way things are looking right now, Bobo Beast with the opening pass, gets the explosive run, look for the shot, but the touch on the ball by Kimbepe prevents him from getting the goal. That would have been disastrous for Young Savage had that gone through, Tendo.
Yeah, very disastrous. But at least now he's on this counter and maybe he can string it back into the feet of Bobo, who's got these passes. Look at the lob. The lob is really good and there's players running in. There's man on target, but he hasn't crossed it in just yet. He's looking to dribble the player. What just happened there?
He tried to outskill, but unfortunately, for Bobo Beast, Young Savage had Kimbepe in position. And from what we've seen so far in his opening game days of the Umzansi Esports League for FIFA 22, Kimbepe is the person you want in those situations, keeps the ball out. Feels bad, feels so sad. So Young Savage, who might not have the lost ball, the dive, he gets position. He gets the shot! Top corner, the goal from Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh my gosh, Bobo Beast was in command of the game for about 20 minutes. Young Savage says no, less than 20 minutes, about 10 minutes in control. Young Savage brings it back to parity. We have no more leaders anymore, Tendo. Back into level pegging, everything to play for between these two players.
And it's teeing us up for that interesting second leg, right? Where it shifts away from this best of two idea into kind of just the best of one to see who wins that game will come out on top. Yep. And Young Savage is still attacking as much as he can, right? And you know the good thing about Young Savage is like you can't count him out, explosive, and it can happen, right? Just like that, out of nowhere, you're shaking up, and especially after Bobo had strung together such a good attack to not capitalize off that one, he's gonna be punching the wall. But hey, it's 1 minute of stoppage time. Bobo's in here. Bobo's with Neymar. Neymar can maybe find an option to pass into, but the dribbling is a bit too much, and the defense is there to close him down. And that's going to be the end of the tie for now. As we tune into the second leg, the final game. And yeah, I mean, it's been hectic.
Absolutely a hectic game there. And it came so close at the very end, right? Because Bobo Beast was looking like he was going to be able to close it out with that 1-0 victory. But Young Savage still showing that championship caliber. Absolutely, without a doubt, nowhere near his top shelf performances, nowhere near the kind of class we've seen from him when he won the entire Umzansi Esports League, but still enough class to ensure that he didn't lose the game. And like you said, the pressure of not going into the next game with, oh my gosh, I have to recover, still a goal. But now it's just the best of one. It's just a straightforward, I just need to have one goal up on you to win. Doesn't need as much work than having to recover from a deficit. So despite not being able to put his best foot forward, the championship foot forward is still good enough to keep him in contention in this tie. And Bobo Beast, man, I can just imagine how disappointed he must feel by not being able to put that one away when he looked so good for most of that tie.
Yeah, right. And I think that's exactly what happened yesterday with him, right? I think he's coming in so improved, especially defense-wise. You know, I think he needs to tighten up a couple of things on his attack for now. But defense has been looking solid when he's not getting scored, obviously. And I think as soon as that first goal comes through, he starts to crumble just a little bit, right? But yeah, like we said, he's coming into this one. It's a best of one, basically. And he's got to just play like he played in that first half, right? That first half, he was so dominant. He was in so much control. Maybe like first 60 minutes rather, right? Just before he scored. As soon as the goal came through from his side, maybe a bit of overconfidence as well comes in, right? Sometimes you pull ahead of someone like Young Savage and you're thinking to yourself, oh, this guy's not as good as everybody says he is. And then hits you with that goal. And then all of a sudden, wow, reality slapped right into your face.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday he's coming up. He wins the first leg against season 1 champion Unfaizdd. Now he gets the opening goal against defending champion Young Savage. Definitely, we can't expect it would be only human to imagine, man, I'm actually really feeling myself. And that's the easiest time to be able to make those mistakes. It is what it is. And part of being a champion is also being able to pinch your own positive nerves and positive emotions in the bud, not just the negative ones. But nonetheless, he didn't end up losing, which is the really important part. So now that he goes into the second leg, what do you rate his chances are based on what we see? Do you think that Unfaizdd was leveling up enough towards the end of that game that he's favored going into this, or do you still think he now has to do a lot more work to earn a victory here?
Man, really putting me on the spot, right? Because my issue is that Young Savage is, such a wild card, right? That he can be down and then all of a sudden goals will just be flying in. And we got a bit of a taste of it, obviously, when he scored that one goal. We didn't really see it happening. And we were all calling that, hey, Bobo's going to finish this one, at least with a bit of an advantage working into the second leg. But he closes that one off, right? And I think control-wise, right, if it still remains the same in Bobo's favor, I'm just worried he is putting up so many people in front, and then there's just one counter-attack that comes through. And then that counter-attack is ultimately what ends it off for Bobo's journey here. And I think that's what Savage is maybe also working on right now. I think he knows that, hey, not feeling it too much, but I'm still like Young Savage. I can still put up these numbers on the board. I just need to wait for the right opportunity. So I think maybe Savage might sit back, wait for his perfect opportunity to get those goals in.
We'll see if we can find those opportunities as we get ourselves into the second and deciding leg here. It is now, as Tendo said, down to a best of one. First leg doesn't matter. It was only a draw, so this is all that counts. The following 90 minutes, let's go. Young Savage, Bobo Beast. Let's see who's going to do this. And it's such an interesting time because we spoke about this somewhat yesterday in terms of Bobo Beast coming from relegation. But today, this is a relegation battler, a person who had to survive being into the league versus the overall champion. So you know that he can walk away with any kind of result here. He'll be absolutely ecstatic about his chances going forward.
I love how, our producer Nate comes into the DMs just to make sure that we know that Bobo's in black, guys. Bobo is in black. They swap colors, guys. So shout out to Nate for that one. But yeah, Bobo's in here. Bobo's looking dangerous. The shot is in as well. The keeper saves that one, sends it wide, goes in for a corner. And corners have been kind of dangerous. Not dangerous on this one, though.
Already we do see from the onset very positive passages of play coming in from Bobo Beast, almost getting the early goal there. But the more important thing than getting the early goal is putting Young Savage under pressure from the get-go. Not allowing him to set the tempo, not allowing him to play comfortably in this situation. And he's looking a lot better right now. Young Savage trying to slow the pace of this game down, figure out a way to get forward. Son on the ball. Son actually tried to retain it, but unfortunately for him, very good tackle from Marquinhos. Seems like all the really successful players, TheBeastBianchi has Marquinhos, Bobo Beast has Marquinhos, Unfaizdd and Young Savage do not, and they both lost games. Maybe that tells us something.
Yeah, so it's like read what the top dogs are doing to some extent, right? Because they really dictate a lot of the meta, and this man's just going through the entire team, but he can't find it.
What?
It's just a brick wall in front of him, which is Bobo Beast's defense, and kind of thought he was going to break away and get that goal in, and now Bobo's on this attack, and Bobo needs to find the opener, I feel. I don't think he can go behind first. I don't think he can really work off that pressure just as well as Young Savage. I think Young Savage thrives off pressure like that, right? Being behind, having to get yourself back into it. But I can't really say the same for Bobo, and is Young Savage on the attack.
Let's see what he can make happen here. Marcus Rashford in the edge of the box. Can he find anybody to release inside it? He does get the spin past Achraf Hakimi, but not clear enough. Let's find Ronaldo, but Ronaldo immediately muscled off the ball. Gets prevented from going forward by our key man. We know who it is, if it's going to be someone making those tackles. You know, in the previous iteration of FIFA, wait, which defender was it? Well, we remember Hernandez and there was somebody else with just like a brick wall at the back. This time around, though, Marquinhos is going to be that kind of centerpiece for all the defenders.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think we saw PK here and there. You know, be a bit of a nuisance to some defense. The is in to a lot of defenders. That is, all goes in to the keeper who's running it up, finds the pass. Young Savage is a bit more alive as well, I think, Sine, you know, compared to what we saw coming into that first leg. He feels a little bit more awake, and he actually feels like he's dictating a lot of the pacing of how the game is going. And that pass is also good onto Hakimi. Hakimi's in, takes a shot. Crazy shot into the keeper. Keeper sends it wide, and the cross comes in, and the keeper's going to scoop that one up. I'm not loving those, those cross set plays coming in from the corners, right? I feel like the keepers are just always awake for those ones, and you're going to have to try something a little bit more different.
In fact, the short pass meta is still actually in effect, even though crosses are better overall in the game. Coming in from the corner position.
Right?
Yeah. It's always one of these strange things where though the mechanics get improved, sometimes not improved enough to change particular strategies. And you were mentioning earlier about how Young Savage feels awake. I think doesn't feel like since he had that goal scored against them, that's what woke him up, like the fear of loss. He's like, wait a minute, this guy can actually beat me. No, I can't have this. I can't accept this. Playing at a much higher level. He's forcing also BoboBeast to not play as comfortably on the attack as he was in the opening leg as well.
Time is flying as well, right? I don't know how we're in 30 minutes already on this leg. This first half is almost over with no goals, and it's getting more and more stressful for both these players. Some options down the line here for Young Savage. Lots of defenders in though, holding him off. A bit of a haywire pass.
Interception.
He gets
Bobo?
Son's in, and maybe Son can make something happen. Finds Ronaldo. Ronaldo runs into traffic, and he's able to recycle the ball here, Bobo, and get his way onto his own attack and not be the one under all the pressure for a bit of a change here.
Listen, it's a Sunday. Everybody thinks that one of the greatest redemption stories of all time is Paul in the Bible. The greatest redemption arc is Varane giving up the ball but preventing the goal. That was amazing to see from BoboBeast. Now, looking for a goal of his own, but more importantly, he's still playing with such composure. Like, honestly, if you hid his name away from me, you didn't tell me this was BoboBeast, and you showed me his games now versus what we saw in the last season, I would not believe you that this is the same player. My goodness, what a glow-up. He's going to have to show this defensive glow-up yet again as Young Savage on the touchline, but finding it very difficult to get into the box itself. As BoboBeast is waiting, BoboBeast is prepared. BoboBeast needs to still find the interception though, as Ronaldo gets in on the ball. Ronaldo gets the shot off, but the angle a bit too sharp, the power a bit too much. And it sails across the crossbar, still staying at 0-0 right now.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate, that shot coming through. And this doesn't feel like the Bobo we've been watching in that first leg, right? You know, he feels like he's turned off, he's slowing down a little bit. And this is the problem, right? Because Young Savage is picking up the pace. Still 0-0, at least, coming into the second half. And last half today, wow. What's going to happen tonight? I mean, yes, Young Savage is like in control. But then, like, let's say Bobo gets that goal right at the end that sinks it all, right? If it stays level like this, and then all of a sudden Young Savage loses this one, even though he's been performing so much better in the second leg, right? What is to happen, man? There's still so much on the table.
I feel like no matter what happens, if anybody who wins right now, it's going to be a tragedy for their opponents. I feel like this game would be a very well-deserved draw, the way that it's been playing out in terms of what we've seen on the pitch. Young Savage, in particular, hasn't necessarily felt as crisp, even though he's much more awake right now in the second leg and he's been in control of the game. We still haven't seen him being able to reliably find that explosiveness in the final third, in the dangerous positions. I mean, to be fair, part of that does come down to the keepers being so much better and the defense of BoboBeast being leveled up to astronomical levels. But nonetheless, Young Savage has a lot to prove going forward in this one. And honestly, despite the fact that he came in as a heavy favorite, hasn't necessarily played in that way, but still has 45 minutes to change our minds on that one.
Yeah, I like that, you know, Bobo went from ultra defense to just attacking now as well. So he's trying to switch things up. be a little bit more on that forefront and stop absorbing as much pressure as he's been doing so far. But Young Savage is still here. Young Savage is still looking for these options. Let's see if he can find it. The pass into a defender was a bit strange there, but you know, the channels have been blocked off. Bobo now can get this build-up play to try make something happen. Finds the wing. The wing brings it back to the center of the pitch and kind of feels like he's getting held off here. Defense is tracking back well. He's finding it though. He's finding these options, these threads, these areas that he can shoot from.
Oh, the 12th man. The 12th man comes in.
The 12th man. What a spectacular shot though, right? From the position that he was in, even to hit the post.
It was definitely a really good shot. Very good option from where he was. Unfortunately, it doesn't get into the back of the net, but statement of intent there from Bobo Beast. But Young Savage will use the fact that it didn't happen and how many players were forward to try and overload the defense right now. He's in. Can he get past Marquinhos? Yes, he can. He gets the ball back, but no! The first touch lets him down. Can't really control the direction of the ball, so he cannot get it into the back of the net. Young Savage denied another goal, and Bobo B snagging his lucky stars. I mean, to be fair, if I hit the post, you have to miss a goal. It's only fair.
It can only be fair, right? Bobo is trying to get an attack on, but yeah, Young Savage is just in his face all the time. Finds an option here, but once again, just caught in traffic there, Young Savage. Not really able to push that final third. As he's working up the pitch now, Bobo also just running into Kimpembe, and yeah, that's the brick wall of the season thus far, right? First few days, Kimpembe has really been a big defender and stopping a lot of these potential goals that are coming through. But hey, there's still something happening here. There was something happening. It goes into the keeper's hands.
Keeper picks it up, but Bobo Beast also unwilling to just let it rest in the keeper's hands. He immediately recycles it back into play. He's trying to get these runs forward. Might be in on space here. Bobo Beast. Oh my goodness. He's going to look back if he looks at the replay and cry about that moment. And he waited a second more. Might have been able to find the space for the pass. Unfortunately, Young Savage drags it back, but Young Savage also not dispossessed from this one. This is a great position to be in. We've seen Rashford a couple of times with these teams. Can he be utilized here? Dembele trying to get through the center. Doesn't have any allies nearby. Looking for the dribbles instead. Can he find the space? Gets Son, who's released into the middle of the box, but a key clutch tackle.
I feel like he should have shot, man. That first look that he got there with Son. Probably goes into the pole. But yeah, I mean, you know, you're worried about those goalkeeper mechanics all the time that they might be able to get that ball. But runs into a defender, stops that, and gives now Bobo the opportunity to try get this play in. And Bobo's also got a pause queued up, so he's waiting to make a change just now. But it would be great if he can maybe make that change straight after a goal, which he's trying to line himself up for. But the defense is strong thus far and holding up well in the back line here for Young Savage. No real options here besides maybe a spectacular, but even a spectacular, it doesn't seem like it will help. But actually finds Neymar in the box. Neymar sweeping through. Neymar almost gets it in, and he gets his pause at least.
Listen, at this point, I'm pretty sure we need to call these goalkeepers a 13th man. They're playing two people, basically, to roll at this point. It's kind of insane. Neymar, despite getting the perfect positioning, despite cutting back past the last defender, still unable to get the goal, denied by the goalkeeper. It is still going to wind up being a set piece here, so still a potential positive situation at the end of the day that could happen in this situation for Bobo Beast, but with the clock ticking down, he scored around this time in the opening leg. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it happen again here. And Bobo Beast able to level up a little bit here in the second half of the second leg, looking a lot cleaner. And if he's able to slot through this goal, will definitely be favoring himself going forward. It's another pure just lashed in corner kick and yet another failure from that position, Tenbo.
Yeah, at least it's going towards some players, right, instead of the keeper, that one. Young Savage, though. Rashford pushes it, and he's not going to get it. Thankfully, Marquinhos has had enough in the tank to catch up to that one. And actually, starts to formulate a really good counter-attack now. No one's watching this player. Mane is running in, but Mane actually runs into a defender, and it's going to get stopped. And it's actually looking to shape up for a draw here. What's going on?
Yeah.
This is kind of crazy, man.
honestly, in the previous passage of play, I think if he hadn't triggered the explosive run as soon as he did on Marcus Rashford, he might have been able to find the space onto Marquinhos. But he did it a little bit too soon, so that bonus piece of energy was also used up sooner than expected. Feels a bit bad. Now, deadlock might get broken. What a pass to Neymar.
The
Neymar
tackle's not on.
one face. He's in on goal. He gets past Mbappe, gets past the keeper, gets the goal, and Bobo Beast finds himself suddenly, immediately ahead of the defending champion, Young Savage, gets a goal. It is a 1-goal lead. It is a 2-1 aggregate lead. Will Young Savage draw this one up again, Tendo? He's only got 5 minutes basically of normal time to do it.
Basically, only 5 minutes left on the clock for him to work with, and Bobo's on another attack and runs into some traffic at least to stop that one off. And there's only one option in front of him, and that one option is Ronaldo. You can never count Ronaldo. They take the shot.
Whoa!
What? It's back in. It's offside. What is going on for Young Savage? What do you even do? That should have been it. It should have crawled it back in. It could have been the draw that we all wanted to see. But no, Bobo is still in this one. Bobo right now, the game management is going to have to be on some exponential levels, yes, to just make sure that Young Savage doesn't come in to get a loss.
Hit the pole. Hit the pole twice.
What just happened in like the last 6 minutes of this game? Like what? So much.
What happened is after he got the goal, right? You were talking about how great it would be to do a substitution after the goal. So he gets the goal for Bobo Beast. Then he brought on the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th man to defend the goals. He's like, nothing's going through here. Bobo Beast, I cannot believe that he's still in this game right now in a positive position. I cannot believe this is how Bobo Beast might put points on the board. He fell short of doing it to Unfaizdd, but come hell or high water, here in the opening week, he's gonna get points from a Goliath player as he gets the ball to Mane. What? Are you kidding me?
What do you mean?
Mane nutmegs the keeper and gets a goal like that. Okay, yesterday we thought we'd seen the goal of the season already. There's no way anybody saw that one. That was incredible.
I think you're heartbroken right now, coming into this one. Oh, though he gets this consolation with Son.
Consolation. Doesn't matter.
Dude, I don't have words. I can't speak. Just bring Dr. Sid back on, please, guys. Thank you very much, honestly.
What?
He needs to break it down for us at this point. I don't know.
What? That was... Wow. So we had, in the last 10 minutes, all the goals that mattered. All right, I'm done. Bye, everybody.
I just want to say it's this is what they call this is table shaking gameplay, ladies and boys. Like, who would have thought Bobo Beast taking that final game by 2 goals? I mean, 2 goals to 1. This is the stuff that fairy tales are made of. And Bobo Beast is showing that he deserves to be in the Umzansi Esports League. He just literally beat the reigning champion. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't tell a fairy tale better than this. They really need to be taking the highlights from those games and keeping it. Ladies and gentlemen, Bobo Beast taking the game 3-2 against Young Savage. This is going to be very interesting when we take a look at the table. Young Savage already looking a little bit shaky, but the result, oh my God.
Wow.
Drum roll, please, for the tables.
Oof. Bobo Beast, look at him go. Now Bobo Beast up on points, has some on the board, equal on the goal difference because he's now nullified the previous loss he has on Unfaizdd. He's above Unfaizdd right now. And at the moment, he's looking like the literal... we need to call this guy David because he's the Goliath slayer. He beat TheBeastBianchi last season. He almost beat Unfaizdd yesterday. And he actually takes the defending champion Young Savage today. Bobo Beast, what a glow up. Deserved 4th place. And wow. Now at this point, normally you say to yourself, well, he's gotten a good game, maybe against a Mobizilla or an Artibira, but defeating the defending champion, I think we might have a new entrant into the playoffs if he can maintain this form for the rest of the season.
And definitely look at these table. Look at Young Savage with 2 losses and -3 goal difference. That is not what you expect from a returning champion. So listen, the action is just heating up. This is the FIFA 22 segment of the Umzansi Esports League. There is more action coming next weekend, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, we do have to say a big thank you and release these two gentlemen to go and watch TI. It is it is Tendo, it is Snare. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Umzansi Esports League Season 3. We are just chilling and holding on for a few seconds because I want to ask you guys. I'm gonna steal into your TI segment just a little bit. Just just a little bit. Very quickly, everyone, if you're watching right now, please drop a comment. Tell us what you thought about this particular match. We need to see your comments on YouTube and understand how exciting that game was. So, what exactly needs to happen for Young Savage uh, in the next match? Okay, cool. Don't worry about that question. Let me just let you guys go. I was gonna just squeeze you guys a little bit to keep the tension going. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big thank you to Thando and Snare. This has been the Umzansi Esports League FIFA 22 segment. We will see you after the break for some PUBG Mobile action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Umzansi Esports League. This is season 4, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. My name is Dr. Sid, here, ripe and ready for the PUBG Mobile segment with DK and S Proxy, as we are looking to give you all the action that is PUBG Mobile, coming from our 3 maps for the day, which is Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar. I almost forgot, so let's take a quick look at the schedule.
Whew. All three maps that we know and love, Sid. All three maps that know and love. It's okay. But Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar are the 3 maps for the PUBG Mobile segment. FIFA 22, obviously having started this weekend. It's good to see them kicking ball that side, but that section has officially come to a close. And tonight, DK, we mentioned it. These two groups fighting along each other. They've got a lot to work with tonight.
Yeah, already we've seen all three groups, of course, in the second round already having a bit of a swing, but now it is that time for Group A and Group C to meet their heads, and they are going to be running through the circuit, of course, going through the lovely Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar, and I'm excited to see what these games are going to hold for us.
The excitement is real and it is fever pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the prize pool for what these players are playing for. And that is a whopping $17,500 in the PUBG Mobile segment. As we told you earlier on, $2,500 staying in the FIFA segment, with $15,000 staying in the PUBG Mobile segment. It is excitement galore. Now, just to give you a quick recap of what exactly is happening right now and the state of play in the second round, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at our leaderboard. DK, tell us what we're seeing here and give us an update on who needs to do what.
Well, as we can, of course, see the players there from Team Unique and Lag Esports holding on to those lovely total points, sitting over 60. So a really good effort, of course, being put in from them so far. But coming into today's games, we see the players there from KHK Esports sitting up in third place. And, of course, Influence Rage sitting over in towards fifth. Now, what's good to see is that both these teams have been able to bring in some of those winner chicken dinners. Also acquiring quite a few points along the way. But it is going to be quite interesting to see what these teams will be doing today, as they are going to be running through the 3 maps once again. But a team that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on will definitely be the side of the Magicians sitting over in 7th. We know, of course, in just yesterday's match, they started the day off with an absolutely phenomenal performance, coming in with 12 kills for the team. Now, I'm assuming then that, they were only able to find 3 kills throughout the remainder of the games. And as we jump onto the second page, this is where we find, a lot of teams that we would expect to see a little bit higher up. S and myself, we were talking, saying that, it's strange to see Slimefork AT and Rila Insider sitting like in the middle of this page. We were like kind of hoping to see them holding up on that first page just after the first few days of gameplay. But who knows? Maybe they're going to be stepping it up coming into today's games, or we could potentially see a bit of an increase coming in as we move through into the next week of gameplay. But definitely a few teams here to keep an eye on. We've got the players there from Sincerity Esports, of course, also participating, as well as the players from Team Somalia, and then also the players from the Infinity Africa team. So good to see once again a few flags popping up here, as well as we can see the Somalia flags on there. We've got some Madagascar as well as South Africa, and then of course the lovely the Mozambican flags, which I've already mentioned, but the Nigerian ones in there. And then a team that actually I was rooting for in the first round, of course, being the players there from C Esports from the Ivory Coast. Yeah, we haven't seen much from them just yet in this first week of the second round, but who knows? Maybe today something might change, as they now have yet another opportunity to come in swinging. The same can, of course, be said for the players there coming in from the Natural Killers, who are holding up over in towards that 18th place. And then we won't be seeing the gameplay coming in from BBC or Fear, but we will be seeing our final 4 teams there: Rainbow Six Madagascar, Young Thunder, Solo Esports, as well as the players from Seven Sins Arts of Killing. Now, yeah, I mean, we were having a bit of a chat, and definitely going to be watching to see what the teams, especially the teams sitting in those lower 4 spots, are going to be bringing to the table today. And one way that they could definitely look to catapult and move themselves up that leaderboard will be through the utilization of the point structure. You can see, of course, the point breakdown on the screen. First place awarding them 15 points, trickles all the way down to 1 point being awarded if they place between 8th and 12th place. And then, of course, 13th to 16th awards them no points, but they can still make up for that with the 1 point per kill being awarded as well. And a few teams definitely utilizing that to their advantage, just raking in quite a considerable amount of kills. And this only after 2 days of gameplay that has happened. So we know now, of course, the players from Group B, they've already had their share of their run. Now it is the opportunity for Group A and Group C to step up, bring in their final matches, their final day for this first week of the second round. And already looking at our kill leaders, we can see Sully taking a lead off the back there on 15 kills. We've got 1-9 coming in on 13. Then, of course, Saf1 coming in on 11. And sorry, wrapping it up there with 10 kills on board. So good representation. And we see a lot of players actually from the Lag Esports team here.
Yeah, Lag Esports team guys did put in a showing the last few games, racking up a large amount of kills. Usually in the previous round, we saw players from G3 Temper, from 4KT dominating the kill leaders, but they haven't actually put in as much work as we expect of them in this second round. Now, S, I want to ask, do you think we're going to be seeing the likes of 4KT step up in this particular round? Do they still have a chance to come through to play? But let's also tell us about the teams that we're expecting to see today in our matchups.
Of course, as DK mentioned, we were looking at Group A versus Group C today. And when we look at the Group A squads, we actually unfortunately did see a lot of these squads towards that bottom part of the leaderboard, which does mean they're currently in danger. Of course, this is the first weekend of the semifinals of round 2 of Umzansi Season 4. So they still have plenty of games ahead of them that they can use to climb up on that leaderboard. I mean, I'm looking at 7 Sits also killing, absolutely a team that I have been keeping my eyes on, and I do expect great things from them. Whether or not they're gonna come out today and show us a little bit of a teaser of that, I'm not too sure. Influence Rage Africa, an absolute surprise and a half on Friday, especially with Sully picking up, close to, I think, the one game he picked up 9 kills all by himself. So an absolute mad lad coming through with the rest of the team and picking up some serious points. And Young Thundercats also another team. I'm waiting to see a little bit more. As for your question, Dr. Sid, are we going to be seeing Slime 4KT actually stepping up to the plate today? DK and I, we actually had a bit of a conversation about this, and we don't yet think that Slime 4KT are going to make their mark just yet. They still have obviously a couple of weekends ahead of them. So I don't know. It depends. If they are feeling pressured, if they do feel that it might be safer to start sooner rather than later, if, depending on how that goes and how that conversation on their side obviously sounds like, maybe we'll see them actually popping off today. I am looking forward to KHK and really looking forward to Team Somalia, a team I personally just love them, absolutely love them. El Chapo, the likes of Beast, all of them, absolutely just want to see them perform today. As well as the Magicians. The Magicians, a team coming through from Nkosi that they made an absolute statement there. They made an absolute statement that they were here to win Season 4. And I was very convinced of that until we saw those promotion relegation matches, and until we saw round 1. Then it fell off a little bit. And they picked it up and they fell off again. So hoping today we see a bit more consistent performance. But otherwise, we have absolutely stacked teams in these two groups for today's matches.
Well, stacked being such an amazing word. I really love that terminology. But in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, fine. Today, we looked at the leaderboard, we looked at the tables, we've seen what's happening in the past. I know DK has got some stat sheet over there telling us what usually happens when these teams meet and they match up and things like that. What is a new round? And players are definitely prepping to get into a final round and say, look, do we want to show off what we have? Do we want to hold back our skills? Now, DK, what is your advice to some of the teams who we have identified as being should be on the first page, on the second page? Do you think that they should keep playing passive, or do you think they need to push and secure their positions now?
I don't think they're necessarily playing passive, right? I think they are playing strategic, right? There's a method to the madness, and we've seen this kind of surprise element come in teams starting off in the first week, just trying to get a bit of a lay of the land, trying to figure out where the other teams are at and what their approach to that specific round is. But once we get to, for instance, like the second week or midway through the kind of round, we see the teams just stepping it up, just dialing in the aggression, dialing in the focus, and applying what they've learned in the previous days of gameplay, just doing their VOD reviews, doing their homework, and knowing exactly how to best combat the teams positioned higher up on that leaderboard. So I don't think the time is right for them to strike just yet. I think they are still going to be sitting there just gathering as much information as they can, trying to see what tactics the teams are looking to kind of show in this round. Because if we look at how the teams play in this round compared to the finals, it's completely different, almost day and night difference, right? But a lot of the teams that are looking to get themselves into a strong position in this round might be slipping on some of those strategies that they would have potentially wanted to keep hidden until getting up into the final. So I get the strategy. I understand that, but they need to choose the exact correct moment to strike, and they cannot wait too long, because what we've seen so far in this season is the teams have brought it. There's no team coming in and you're like, I don't know why they're really here. You know, they really, some of the surprising teams coming in, they just bring in this extra element of difficulty and complexity to the mix. And they got to be careful. The teams, the defending teams from the previous seasons, they got to watch their backs. I mean, they're getting hunted. Magicians being one of those teams, stepping up, coming in from Nkosi, and they are here to prove a point.
Yeah, so I was just saying, something you mentioned really struck my mind, and you said they have to wait for the exact times, and this is just feels like jumping out and skydiving. You need to know exactly the right time to pull the cord to bring out your parachute. Now, as I know you've definitely mentioned some of the teams that you're looking forward to seeing, but what are you expecting? Like, the same question from some of those guys in mid table.
I mean, some of the guys that are sitting mid-table, they've obviously been teetering a little bit on that balance of, okay, there's a good time to push, here's not a good time to push, here's a good time to actually show some aggression and actually play for the goal. And some of them have just had the zone fall into their laps. We've had some very interesting zone pools, and some teams have really just had all of the real estate fall into their laps. So, of course, if there's an opportunity to take the winner chicken dinner, they're going to be taking it. I am
Okay.
very surprised, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, so people are waiting to see the right time to pull the cord, but me, I keep telling you, go after those chicken pass, because those chicken pass is very, very necessary for chicken dinner. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to fly into the plane into our first map, which is Erangel. My name is Dr. Sid. I'm going to leave you in the very, very capable hands of DK and S Proxy, and I will see you after the first match.
Oh,
DK. Erangel.
Yep.
Erangel is here.
It is that time again. It is that time. The teams are going to be looking to spread themselves out. We've also decided, like, before jumping into the match, that you're going to be our day one specialist and I'll be the day two, right? But this flight path looks very, very familiar to our first matchup from yesterday. A very similar flight path. So I'm curious to see if the teams actually coming in from Group C are going to notice that and look to adapt a kind of similar flow to what we had yesterday, because this is the game in which, of course, the Magicians just stepped up and they made some magic happen with a 12-kill chicken dinner.
Absolutely, but we also had so many zones spilling to the water where, the teams only had half the real estate to work with. So hopefully the zone will not be learning from its decisions yesterday and will be a little bit more surprising. But as we take a look at it, of course, I mean, there's plenty of opportunity here. You basically have half the map covered. Unfortunately, I don't think we're seeing any Patchy points today. No military base for anyone. It's a good thing Patchy's not here, or he might be sad. Although Young Thundercats, one of the teams that I generally do expect to do so, and today would have been a fantastic day to drop military base with that zone coming through. My goodness. DK, why is so much water involved in this zone again?
I mean, like, we're here to filter out the teams that can make it through to the next phase, right? So one method of filtering is using water. So that is exactly what PUBG is doing, We're here to filter the teams out. And of course, it's good that Patchy is not here because military base is in play. So unfortunately, we can't award any Patchy points to anyone. Well, also because he's not here. But it's going to be interesting to see just how the teams are going to be looking to utilize the space because we've got so many teams positioned over on towards that western side. I mean, looking at South George,
Sure.
looking at a hospital, it is just so congested. In fact, that whole western edge is looking so tough.
It is. I mean, you can see so many teams rubbing shoulders with each other. If we're looking at Optimus and Row right now, they are literally in opposite buildings. They're neighbors, and I don't think they like each other as neighbors. So we might be seeing the rest of the Rila insiders pulling on up to get ready with this move. The evacuation has begun, and now here for Optimus, he might be shaking in his boots right now because numbers don't lie. A 2v1 not looking very favorable for Optimus here.
I think Optimus is in his prime. You know, like
Oh, no.
this is a good spot to be. uh, Obviously, he needs a little bit of reinforcements. I mean, Caveira needs a parachute, but here we go as Ro is getting ready to move in. This is where Optimus is going to be put to the test. We did see his teammates just holding up behind him, but so far he's able to hold his own, find a little bit of a spray down coming in, but I mean, gets outnumbered. No surprise to see him getting thirsted. That was not the most ideal push, and looking at the rest of his team, I mean, they're rolling up in the three-wheel of doom. Yeah, it might be quite tricky for the players here of Rainbow Six.
I don't even think they're going to be going for this. I mean, there's nothing to recover. Unfortunately, Optimus is down and out, and Rainbow Six are going to have to run with a 3-man squad for the rest of Erangel as that zone is going to continue to close on up. And what's interesting to me, we mentioned a little bit, military base is in play. But where is that zone going to be pulling to? If it does pull south towards military base, you can see every single team has to make that rotation across the bridge, has to make that rotation across the water. If it pulls to the middle and just takes half of the water as the zone, then unfortunately there's not going to be a lot of room to breathe for these teams rotating on in. What's also interesting to me is that we have no one at Milta Power at all. Not a single one. Milta itself is also empty. Farm itself is empty. There's so much loot, and yet we have all of our teams just packed to the western side of this map. They are all going to be running into each other as they take those rotations, because virtually, I'd say about 70% of our teams have to make those rotations in.
Yeah, maybe they just went on a bit of a cleanse. Everyone decided, let's push to the west.
Let's be different.
They've been so oversatisfied with, too much loot to utilize. There's just so much around. Rather just go to the west where there's almost nothing. Everyone drop in there. Like now it becomes a fight. But looking at the zone though, speaking about fights, I don't want to be Young Thunder here. Ideally, we would see Young Thunder actually push onto, let's say, potentially Sosnovka Military Island or over towards that eastern side, moving in through the zone, securing a decent spot, because once that wave from the west comes in, it's going to be absolutely chaotic, and I don't want to be the team on the receiving end of that flood of players moving towards zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have an opportunity here, of course, to gatekeep. You have an opportunity to sit. I mean, similar to if you had a team coming across the bridge and you were on the opposite end, you have that opportunity to potentially pick up some kills here. But like you mentioned, it's going to be an absolute flood of teams rolling up in numbers that some teams won't be able to pick, to actually contend with. You'll be running not against one team, but against 2 to 3 to 4 to everyone who's trying to take a safe path into zone. And of course, third parties come into play as well. Rainbow Six now actually making a rotation right between 7 AOK and just in front of Rila Insiders. Unfortunately, the team that took unfortunately one of their members. But look at the rotation path that they're going to be taking. They can pick. Do they want to go to Infinity AF or do they want to go to Young Thunder? Which team do you want to fight this time around? And of course, they don't have this information. We do. They have no idea who they're going to be rolling up on and where they might be finding some safety. And unfortunately, that is going to be the situation for so many teams pulling in. That blue zone now, of course, has started its engines and is getting ready to make sure all of the teams make some decisions as quickly as possible. And pressure always leads to some unfortunate mistakes.
Yeah, and I mean, this is ideally where the players from Infinity and Young Thunder, they should look to get away from the edge of that zone. Because Young Thunder, they're currently sitting all the way over in 22nd place, right? This is not the kind of fight that you want in the first game. Move up, let the teams just kind of fight it out, thin themselves out, and you can come in and do, just do the cleanup afterwards. Just pick up some of the stragglers, because then already the players are low on ammo, they are low on health, their armor has been severely damaged. It's going to be so much easier to come in with those finishing blows and just pick them off. So Yeah, and also they're quite spread out. So that is definitely not going to be a very favorable play for them. I'm hoping that they are able to evade a lot of these teams coming in. But here we see the players there from Seven Sins rolling on. We've got the Magicians rolling in. We've got Rila Insider. We've got Rainbow Six. We've got Aphelion Apex. They're all making the push up in towards zone. But if we look to the eastern side, the players there from Solo actually coming in with a very clever play. They snuck all the way around that eastern edge and now coming in behind the side of ATROX. This could be quite a beautiful play coming for them because Natural Killer is also there to help distract ATROX.
It depends on who's going to be taking that first engagement. Then the other team literally just falls into that waiting time. They just wait to see what happens, find an opportunity, and of course, take as you mentioned, get those stragglers, clean up, get those kill points, and make sure that they play for placements thereafter. You can see so many guards, so many shots. Just an attempt to try and get a little bit of something as the rotations are coming through. And on Friday, we had some GTA in PUBG Mobile League here. I don't know if you know, but there was a lot of car chases. There was a lot of motorcycles. There was a lot of Mac 10s or Uzis going through. There was some interesting plays, but we did have a lot of activity from these teams early on. And this time, I don't know. It's that question of, okay, do we actually go for it? Do we have anything to lose? Do we try and just get some early kills early on? Do we play a little bit more passive? Maybe they aren't too comfortable yet with all the teams, because I think this is actually Group A's first opportunity going against Group C. So it's new waters, and I mean it's not new waters here for Snake Eyes. And as Patchy mentioned before, Snake Eyes, one of those members from Young Thunder that has been so good at controlling zones, finding the optimal angles, and has had such an impact for Young Thunder. But 7AOK is also just around the corner from Rila Insiders, and with those nades being prepped, I think that is the trigger for Rila Insiders. They know exactly that there's a team right behind them, and they're just going to take a rotation on into the zone. They do not want to fight this right now. They're just going to leave, except for Trip, who is still behind in the car at least. So it should be fine. It should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Trip just wants to take the scenic route to find his way back into zone. I mean, now Mester and the rest of the players here from 7A, okay, getting themselves ready to push further in, but already smacked up center zone. We see the team there from Sincerity already making their rotation, passing right through the side of Magicians. And I mean, this is where the zone is going to be exceptionally difficult to defend. Even as the zone is now just centered up a little bit closer towards that waterway we see down to the south. Still quite a big, considerable section of the game and the playable area being over towards the northern region. KHK, they're going to be looking to capitalize on their position, but I think that coastal line is going to be absolutely chaotic. And if you are able to set yourself up in anticipation and have a good angle to fight from, you could see those teams really benefiting from this kind of positional play, but it's going to be a really tough angle to hold.
I mean, while we were taking a look at all those rotations coming through, Rila Insiders unfortunately did luck out a little bit with those rotations coming through on the bikes. Some knocks are still going through, unfortunately, from Young Thundercats. They've picked up about 3 now with that knock there onto Rolo, which means Trip, who did take the scenic route, is the only member alive. So potentially the rest of the team should have taken that scenic route as well. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't look so good for Rila Insiders, who are now down to 1 member who has to play the ratting game out. And I mean, not a single team has dropped yet. So if they drop here at this point in time, there's no kill points that they can work on. There's no placement points that they can work with. So it would be really unfortunate. And Rila Insiders, one of those teams in round 1 that did phenomenal. I think they actually beat out, some of the rest of the competition here, and I'm really waiting for them, especially as a team coming through from Incorsi, to again bring us that action, bring us that excitement, the unexpected plays that we weren't expecting from all of the teams bringing in from Incorsi, but they were one of those teams. So for the time being, unfortunately, it looks like they've lucked out. They do have 1 team killed, at least to their name, from that initial fight there with Optimus, who was not in his prime DK, unfortunately. But the rest of the teams still alive, still in this. Slimecore KT also finally making that rotation into safety, not into the zone, alongside Team Somalia. So they're in the zone. Now, where do they go?
Yeah, that is going to be the trick question, I think, at this particular time in the game. Rainbow Six, of course, just holding on to the edge here. This is, again, a very centralized position kind of in the zone. They have themselves in that kind of center belt, if you could call it that. But, I mean, Trip, he's got all the pressure on his shoulders. And Young Thunder, surprisingly, even though that split was a bit weird, right? It was a bit strange and not something that I would have initially have done. It so far seems to have been benefiting for them, even though we just see Mr. Snake Eyes there getting taken down. But they've been able to hold their own. And this 2-2 split that they kind of have, 2 players on the hill, the other 2 holding up in the compound, it's not a bad kind of approach, right? It was just looking a bit crazy with so many teams all swarming in from that western edge. But now they look to just utilize this kind of terrain, look to turn it in their favor as they are looking for those angles towards the players here from Rainbow Six. But Rainbow Six, they have the position in the hard cover. They're not too exposed. They just kind of trying to hug it out as much as they can, playing the ridge line, playing those lines of sights without putting themselves in direct threat. But now the players here from Seven Sins are rolling up as well, and this could actually be heading over towards Young Thunder if they're not too careful with where they go. But now Trip, I think he might be taking a little bit of a trip of his own anytime soon now.
You know, I was waiting for it, and then Young Thunder came in with the distraction. But I do want Rainbow Six to get this kill onto Trip, because that would be the revenge story for Optimus. This team made sure that Rila Insiders are completely out. Getting that last kill there onto Trip does mean that Rila Insiders are our first team to drop. And for Rainbow Six Madagascar, it's a revenge story that I'm sure Optimus is absolutely happy about. They're back in the lobby. But as we look at it, you know, you mentioned that so many teams are now running up shoulder to shoulder, so many rotations happening. Team Somalia is still rubbing shoulders there with 4KT, who still have to make a rotation into zone. We do see a little bit of fight breaking out there when we look at Affinity AF, Natural Killers, Magicians, Solo, all bunched up there alongside ATROX. Really, really clustered at that moment of time. And I mean, Esports, they have nothing to worry about. They're one of the few teams that is not rubbing shoulders with another team, DK. So they have a very big opportunity here to actually use this to their advantage.
Yeah, even coming into the previous kind of phase, they were also just positioned up on towards the northeastern side. That is a good strat. I mean, they want to see how far they can push it and whether or not they can make it up in towards those later phases. So I commend them for that strategy. So far, it is paying off. Meanwhile, we do see quite a bit of chaos breaking out over on towards the edge of the ghost line as we got the players here from the Infinity. We got the Natural Killers as well as you know, a little bit of competition just up ahead, that being the players there from INF. Now, INF being the team actually from, I believe that is Group A, if I'm not mistaken, A or B. Group A, yes, they are sitting the highest out of their group on that leaderboard, all the way up in towards that 4th place. And I'm curious to see whether or not Influence Rage are going to try and swing a little bit of that influence their way, just trying to bring a little bit of carnage towards potentially the Natural Killers or the team coming in here from the Affinity. I mean, who knows? The zone is also getting ready to pop up once again. I'm curious to see just how far this is going to be moving up and whether or not the players there from Esports could potentially find themselves in a favorable position once again. But looking over towards the western side, I mean, 4KT, Rainbow Six, they now have quite a bit of ground to cover to make it all the way to the eastern edge, where the team from Solo find themselves ideally set up for this phase.
They really do. I mean, they're already in zone. They just have to wait for the rest of the teams to sort of filter on in and hopefully take a little bit of cognizance about who is around them. And then they can prepare themselves for that final battle coming through. I was going to say, I saw a lot of action happening there between Seven Sins Arts of Killing and KHK as we actually tune into that fight happening right now. Now, Seven Sins Arts of Killing, this is absolutely crucial for them. KHK, one of the teams that has been picking up points consistently with some aim coming through here from Jebot, as we can see why they have been picking up some kills so consistently. One of the last remaining members, though, of KHK, and it does look like he will unfortunately not be surviving this any longer. But as I was mentioning, for Seven Sins Art of Killing, one of the teams sitting at that bottom of that leaderboard, one of the teams that really needs to climb as far as they possibly can. It definitely would give them a little bit of peace of mind, a little bit of ease moving into the rest of these weeks that, okay, we're not at the bottom of the leaderboard. We've got some opportunities here. We have some space. We also have the play zone taking out Todoroki there from Rainbow Six. I do see still 14 teams though, so I don't think that's a team wipe, but that is a bit of an inconvenience here for Rainbow Six. And now there's even more as we fall out of cars. Brian, this is not the way that we want to do things. Looks like only one member still standing here for Rainbow Six Madagascar. Hopefully they won't be finding themselves with a third party coming on in and they can get that res popped off to stay into this one with 2 members still alive, but rotation still desperately needs to happen here, especially for Slime 4KT, who seem to be playing a little bit of that zone, a little bit too much. I don't know, DK, you maybe just holding edge of zone, maybe take those slow rotations in, sort of just feeling out the competition. You think that's the strat they're going with here?
It could be. I mean, just looking at where the zone is currently positioned and where we see all the teams, the kind of prime real estate in this particular one would be all the way up towards the north. So with Slime rotating in from this western side alongside the players here from Rainbow Six, it could be a pretty tough rotation. Oh, that was so close. Prime just missing out on the shots, but taking a few in exchange. The vehicle not looking too perfect. Now pulling up on another team. Here we go. The shots come through, and with that, Aphelion Apex just lasers through Rainbow Six, as we saw Prime and Co getting taken right on down. But Kage and the rest of the players here from Aphelion continuing to push further. 4KT pushing up right alongside the side of Sincerity, and Sincerity already having a good position within the compound. 4KT looking to catch them off guard. As we can see, Sincerity now, aimbot just looking to hold on. 4KT, they've been in this position so many times. We know they are able to hold their own. They can very comfortably deal with these kind of situations. But now, Sincerity, I don't know. We've got aimbot and Rogue Baby. It's going to be so tough with that. Aimbot goes down. All the pressure now riding on Rogue Baby. Up against 3 players from 4KT. Oh, I don't know. This is going to be a really tough call for Rogue.
Look, if Rogue Baby had the information that we did, I don't know why you would still be running into that sort of a battle. That's something I would be running away from. But yeah, as you mentioned, 1 member up against the 3 here of 4KT who have just taken out Sincerity, which I remind you, they were the team that was busy rezzing. They were the team that was at the disadvantage, trying to get themselves reset for this fight, and they managed to do so, managed to take over as well. Rogue Baby now for the time being just holding onto a building and hopefully staying in that one for the time being, turning our attention here to Aphelion Apex and Magicians, who are still busy with their one-on-one so far. Unfortunately, Rusty down and out. Sicko now in a position to try and hold on to something, but Magicians as well, down to 2 members. Trying to make things work here. Kage still up, Sicko still up. It's a 2-2. And now the question remains, who's going to be peeking first? That res is going to be stuck. Doesn't look like any nades are being popped and primed to be thrown over just yet. While the rest of Magicians are just scrambling for some sort of information as to where these players are, because they want to get this fight done and dusted and move into zone, move into safety. In the car we go and onto the ride of a lifetime, because now trying to find some sort of safe angle, some sort of safety within that zone is not going to be as easy as you thought. So many knocks now coming through as everyone is scrambling to try and find some sort of safety. That nade was popped after all, but onto Riz it goes, and so many nades, even more topping off the shots. Teams are dropping like flies for the time being. And Magicians, though, still in this with only 2 members remaining, still trying to find those last remaining members. They are Aphelion Apex, Rusty, one of them being popping out the faces, and Molotovs. Just not a friend. Just not a friend today, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Molotov's not really ideal. I mean, it does really heat up things, but sometimes a little bit too much, of course, as we saw there. But now Aphelion Apex actually playing this western edge of zone quite favorably, as they now find a sneaky way in. Kage, of course, getting spotted out as he pulls up towards the smoke. But he's got to be so careful, because we've got the players here from ATROX holding up right there alongside him. And of course, we can see those utilities getting sent on through. But ATROX, they still have some really strong numbers coming into the phase. We can see quite a bit of carnage happening a little bit further over towards that eastern side. But it is going to be quite a bit of a fight still having to happen here. Of course, the players from the Infinity now making their way in from that southeastern side. They do have a little bit of company up top. As we can see, Rashi just holding his own. We do have Osiris to assist with the push. But they are just so able to dodge out the utilities that are getting sent their way. But of course, Orochi cooking up a few of his own. He's not going to let them go out, without a fight. They now smoke it up, looking to find a bit of a surprise potential maneuver. But they got to be so quick about this, because Blue Zone is hot on their heels. Fortunately, they are within the safe zone. But that zone is going to move up once again. So they should be looking to conclude this fight momentarily. The pressure is on, as we can see. Ammo and Co just holding downstairs, and oh, that zone has moved away from them. I'm not surprised to not see the Natural Killers actually jumping off of that kind of high ground position that they've got. I mean, they have so much information. They can see where all these footprints are going. I'm just waiting for them now to kind of decide that it is the moment to strike. You know, they might miss out on an opportunity on the Infinity here.
That definitely is a little bit of a concern here because they definitely also one of the teams that needs to pick up those kill points. Roshi, though, looking a little bit more active, trying to find some sort of an angle here. Again, they do have that information, but they need to met up. They need to make sure that they are ready and coordinated for this fight. It's a 2-2. It's as fair as odds as you can actually get, and Natural Killers, they have the advantage for the time being because they have the information, and now they've unfortunately lost out on the opportunity. Infinity have taken that rotation, and now Natural Killers will do the same. Though not a good parking situation here for them, unfortunately. Down to the top 7 squads we go. That's okay. Well, they missed the opportunity, so I mean.
Well, INF got presented with a beautiful opportunity there as they just grabbed that with both hands. Now we can see Osiris looking to push on in. Will he be able to inch his way around? Sully keeping a very watchful eye on this kind of edge of the zone. It's going to be quite a difficult one. We do see the players there from Esports still alive. ATROX also holding on towards that western side, but they're taking quite a few hits. So we can see I Am High is down. It is up to Pika and Soho to try and bring it through. Now just getting down, trying to stay out of harm's way, but the spray on comes straight on through as the players here from Influence Rage take aim towards the team there of Team Somalia. See Beast and Co just huddling up behind the vehicle, smoking it out. They'll be able to get their way back up into zone. The slow, steady tap coming through. 4KT right there alongside them, so it's going to be such a difficult play to bring in. But Ainsley, look at that cheeky approach right alongside Pika, just waiting on the opposite edge of that ridge line. Meanwhile, Benji does get taken right on down at the hand of 4KT. Bat Karma and Go now looking to swoop on through. Ainsley also just trying to add in his own 2 cents to the whole engagement, but he's got to be so careful because Beast and the 4KT can spot him out. And no, up comes the head off the side as he gets picked right on up. Beast finds a beautiful spray, but with that, of course.
Oh, Pika. Oh, Pika. Oh, Pika.
Another team down. Oh.
Pika there with the blue zone. 6 layers deep. It does a lot of damage, unfortunately. So, I mean, right call there. Didn't want to, give any information away. Made sure to try and stay as sneaky as possible. But here, looking at it, we've got 3 teams left. 10 players alive. Now, we've still got 4KT in this one. We still have Esports, I believe, actually in this fight. And, of course, Influence Rage Africa, who have made such a mark in recent days. Keen to see if they can do a little bit more. As we look at it, Esports now, 3 members alive, still looking pretty good. They have cover, they have zone as well. So I mean, again, we said it earlier. Esports, they haven't really been contested. They've been relaxed, but they've picked up 5 team kills in all of the chaos that's been happening in those rotations coming through. They've just been watching, they've just been observing, they've just been making the right call. And now look at this. We've got 2 of the last 3 teams actually busy contesting each other. We've got 4KT and INF just taking a fight. So for the time being, Esports, they could potentially just sit and wait. But those rotations coming through might throw a little bit of chaos, might throw a little bit of a wrench in the works, because all of a sudden Ellie now has to turn their attention to a wild Ainsley that's coming out of the rocks, that's coming out of the woodworks to try and make sure Esports are not in contention for this. And now 4KT getting involved to do the exact same. This is somewhat of a team up from both of these teams. I thought they were going to be fighting. I thought Esports was going to get the third party, but it's not the case. 4KT now hungry to take Esports out of this for good. There's a good knock coming through. Vex now pulling up on the story, pulling up on the Chaos Wizards, the only member alive, trying desperately to hold on to this, but it's not going to be the case. DK, 2 squads left.
Wow, I mean, now I remember why I was rooting for Esports in the first round. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming in from them. This was a really tough position, getting rushed by both 4KT and INF. But now it is up to Zeus to try and bring it together as he's trying to get that res on back to Vex. Now bringing their numbers up to 2 against 4. This is going to be a pretty tough call. Sorry, make that. Yeah, it's four. Four players coming in from the side of INF. Beautiful, aggressive rush coming through. And with that, the players from Influence Rage Africa swoop in for their winner chicken dinner. 12 kills on board. There's something about this first match and 12 kills that just seems to be a thing if we look at yesterday and today. And 4KT, of course, doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Once again, finishing strong there in second place with 10 kills on board.
I can't even I can't even do math right now, so this is not working for me. But Influence Rage Africa, I said I wanted to see more from him. I said I wanted to see, if Friday was just a fluke, if it was just a case of they were getting lucky with the zone, or if they have been putting in the work that we haven't been expecting, because they weren't one of the teams we were expecting to do so well in the first week of the semifinals.
Yes, I'm just happy to see 4KT come through and put some numbers on the board. I mean, we weren't expecting them to do anything. I mean, they were just gonna play strategic, as you said, but they did come through with some amazing play. But you have to give it up to Influence Rage. I mean, 12 kills, setting the tone for the day. Those are big, 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 big numbers, and I can't wait to see how those numbers affect the overall leaderboard. They've already been showing precedents to say, listen, we know it's the second round, we know it's not the finals, but we're not holding back. We're coming straight at you, and we're getting those points and those kills. So nice to see that. Esme, who would you say were your worthy mentions in this first map?
Look, I do have to give it up to Rainbow Six Madagascar for avenging their teammate, avenging their fallen teammates, and making sure that real insiders were taken out. And really good work there from C Esports as well. I think I really couldn't have seen how they would have found some sort of an angle to find some kills, because they were alone for majority of that map. But somehow, some way, they chose the perfect opportunity to just pick up those points, and that makes a big difference. They made it to top 3 with 5 or so kills. That does make a pretty big difference.
It does, and it should once we get a look at the standings after the first game. But knowing what's happening with the game and the way the whole tournament is flowing, do you expect to see any outsiders shoot by getting into the next round, DK?
Well, getting into the next round is going to be quite a bit of work that the teams will have to bring in. And we've, of course, seen so many teams up for the challenge. I mean, we were talking about the 4 teams that we had sitting at the end of the leaderboard, and we've seen those efforts come through. I mean, Rainbow Six stepping it up, Young Thunder bringing up quite a surprising performance. I mean, I thought that it was going to be a pretty tough position holding on towards that western side of the zone with so many teams in the vicinity, but they held their own. They stood up against them. They didn't crumble under the pressure. They were able to kind of make that situation work, and worked it so much so that they were able to find themselves all the way into 6th place at the end of the match.
Yeah, let's take a look at this table. S Proxy, please, could you talk us through what we're seeing right now?
Influence Rage Africa. That's all I'm seeing at the moment. Picking up 27 points with those 12 kills, and of course the winner chicken dinner. Slime 4KT as well, as we mentioned, making that appearance, picking up those 10 kills, getting that second place. Really a good start for them, especially considering where they were sitting on the leaderboard. It's not like they were far off. I mean, they're not in danger whatsoever. They're just one of those teams that we are constantly having at the forefront of our minds. I'm so happy to see Team Somalia in 4th place. As I said, I'm a little bit of a fangirl for Team Somalia, and of course ATROX and Young Thundercats there in 5th to 6th. I am surprised with C Esports actually picking up those 6 kills. Again, I couldn't see a way for them to do so. And Aphelion Apex picking up 4 kills as well, in the midst of all of that chaos, it is nothing to scoff at. When we move our attention over, Rainbow Six Madagascar, I mean, for all of the the crazy chaos they kept finding themselves in, picking up 4 kills there, I mean, if they had some placement points there, I think they probably could have really helped to boost themselves up on that leader, not too far off from getting themselves out of the danger zone. But of course, we know still plenty of weeks ahead. And KHK Esports, not a team I would expect in 12th place. I mean, yes, they got 2 kills, but not a single placement point. That's a little bit bizarre for me, DK. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it is a bit of a strange situation, but I mean, what's not strange is our MVP. Bad karma, just swinging that bad karma, using it to his advantage, making it work and bringing in 6 kills alongside 356 damage. And of course, a very impressive 24 minutes and 19 seconds survival time. But we spoke about this where we see the teams, maybe delaying a few of the strategies, looking to apply them a little while later on. But 4KT, they just came out swinging in this game. I mean, we were talking about how we were waiting to see that performance kind of come through from them. And they've really stepped up in this game. Yes, okay, they've got a second place. But remember, they only played with 3 players. So that, even all things considered, that is still a really strong performance.
Yes, a really strong performance indeed. And we will be looking out for some stronger performances in our next few maps. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Esport, CJ, and Dr. Sid. And we'll see you right after the break with some more PUBG Mobile action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Umzansi Esports League. This is season 4, brought to you by Northwind Gaming. We have just witnessed Erangel on fire with influence rage, raging like a raging bull and taking the winner, chicken dinner. And the guys of 4KT hanging not behind. But there's a lot of action going on. Let's take a quick recap of the standings after the first map on Erangel.
Influence Rage Africa picking up those 27 points. Now, DK, we had this conversation, right? Do we think that Slime 4KT was going to pick it up here? Did we think that they were actually going to show us a surprising side of themselves? I think a lot of opportunities really sort of landed in them. I mean, that like they had 3 players and they made this work.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty coming in from Slime 4KT. You know, even if they don't have a full squad, they can still perform as if they were running on a full squad, still bringing in 10 kills amongst them, and that is still some impressive numbers. But I gotta say, I'm also quite surprised and impressed and happy and satisfied to see the players there from CE Sports moving up all the way into that 3rd place, bringing in 6 kills and a grand total of 16 points. And of course, you know, the team that you like so much, the players there from Team Somalia, finding themselves all the way over into 4th with 11. So good performance coming into this first game.
It's exactly that. And we mentioned a few of those teams that were at the bottom of that scoreboard that really needed to pick themselves up. I mean, some to mention would be, you know, like Seven Sins, Art of Killing, so Esports Rainbow Six, Madagascar, Young Thundercats, of course. You know, they also need to pick up those points. And Magicians and Rila Insiders, again, alongside KHK, very confusing positions for me to see them there. I don't know. Do you think this is what we're going to be expecting going on to the next map?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. I'm hoping, you know, for some magic to happen as we move into a little bit of CQC action. We've seen teams that really like this close quarter of kind of fighting just perform so exceptionally well when coming onto a map like Sanhok. We're already also expecting a few of the players to start with that very early healing, you know, starting that the Sanhok hill strat, probably around about the 3rd phase. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few players with like 30, 40 medkits on them, but we have to wait and see what the teams in the game will have in store for us.
So super excited about what they have in store for us. But Sanhok is a map that I personally really like because the action can come really slow and then thick and fast, or thick and fast and then slow down and still be thick and fast at the end. So there's a lot of thick and fast going on in Sanhok, and I like that some teams do that. When you're engaged, there's no running away. You either have to wipe out a team or you die. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you kill or be killed. And this is a great opportunity for a lot of the players in this team to pick up those chicken parts, aka kills, and those kill points to get their teams up on the leaderboard. Now we are almost ready to fly into Sanhok. I'm gonna do this because I just feel like I need to do it and tell everybody who is watching this video right now to please type a comment in the comment section. We need your comments. We love your feedback. Tell us what you think at this particular point of the video, who you think is going, what you would like us to do better. And if you're enjoying it, just drop a comment, say anything, almost anything, because we want to hear from you. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about 50 seconds away from the action to pop off. So I'm gonna have to ask the question to my friend S. S, who did your hair?
My headset.
I know she wasn't expecting. I had to throw you off just a little bit. No, but on a real question, really though, the guys from Somalia, what is so special about the teams from Somalia this season?
I think for me it was that they made such an impact last season. They really were the underdogs coming into the final parts of that season. We weren't talking about them. We didn't think that they were going to do anything. And at that stage they were one of the only teams from Somalia, and you know, we're looking at a lot more representation, and they are really still making an impact. They are still one of those teams that I feel like, I don't know, they're like cowboys. They jump into a car, they pull up on another team, and then they just go for it. And they look like a team that really, I think, also enjoys it. I don't know. Watching them just makes me happy. So I just like them.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. I anything that makes you happy is fine by me. So DK, we know you have some analysis for us. and some analytics. Do we have any references for what's happened in this matchup or with this group of teams before on this particular map, and what do you think we should be expecting?
Well, we don't really have this is the first time, of course, Group A and Group C are bumping heads, meeting each other on the battlefield. But if we look back to our previous 2 days, looking at what the teams from Group A and Group C have done, I mean, starting off with, for instance, the players like KHK, the Infinity, as well as ATROX. Yesterday, they finished first, second, and third, coming in on towards the map of Sanhok. So they are still fairly fresh with that, with the players from the Magicians right there hard on their heels. So that's 4 teams from the one group performing exceptionally well in just yesterday's games. So I think it's going to be a bit of a mash-up looking at the teams that performed strongly on the first day of the weekend over on Friday, comparing that against the teams coming in from today. And who knows, we could potentially see a bit of continuation of that. I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw the players from potentially KHK finishing strong once again. But the Infinity, they were stepping it up quite a bit over in towards Erangel. So maybe that momentum kind of rolls over on towards Sanhok.
Okay, so there's a lot of momentum. There's a lot of moving parts in this particular map, and especially because the teams in this group are really scattered in the positions on the overall leaderboard that will generally effect a lot of change. So strategies have to come out. Everyone has to be really careful, and everyone needs to know that either you go hard or go home, or do you just play safe enough just to make it over the hurdle. So we've had to do a little reset. So we're waiting on the teams to come back and be ready to fly into Sanhok, which is um, a, a map that brings very, very pleasurable memories for me. But I want to ask a question. So if DK, if you were playing right now, where would your drop spot be in Sanhok?
It depend. I would say it would depend on how comfortable I am going up against these teams. But let's say that I am cool, calm, and collected, right? I am comfortable fighting against these guys, which is a lie, but let's say it is true, right? Uh, I would probably go. I would say Painan, and then from Painan rotate up to the hills just south of Boot Camp. We've seen a few teams actually do a very kind of similar rotation, and that has worked out quite favorably for them. But at the end of the day, it's all going to kind of depend on where that zone has shifted. If it's a more centralized zone, that could be a good position to go. If the zone yeets itself all the way up in towards the northwest, definitely head up in towards the Chungus Mountains, as Imperium would say. I would head up all the way there, just go chill at the top, sit and wait for someone to move, and try and take a shot if at all possible.
So from what I'm hearing, is DK is a big fan of getting the high ground. Once
Yeah.
you get the high ground, you literally can control most fights. Do you concur of this his methodology?
I think we've also seen proof of it with Snake Eyes. Actually, one of the players that are playing tonight, he is one of those players that does exactly that. He finds the highest spot on the map, he sits and he just watches, literally, as his name suggests, with Snake Eyes, waiting to see who he can find. And that's a lot of information that you can give to your team. So high ground, an absolute advantage. And, no puns intended, and I'm not going to say it, but yes.
So we are looking out for who's going to be taking the high grounds or who's going to be going after the low ground and getting all those chicken parts that you need to get the chicken dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time for us to jump out of a plane and land in Sandhawk and probably get a winner chicken dinner. My name is Dr. Sid. I'm here with Esport and a guy called DK, and we are about to take it away. I'm hoping that as I'm doing this rhyme, it'll land and the screen will just change. And I would say, see you guys after the map, but it's taking longer than expected, and I'm running out of words. And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, see you right after map number 2.
I think our producer does that on purpose.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Definitely.
I can't blame him though, right? Because Sid is supposed to, like, he's the musician in the group,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
the guy that needs to have those rhymes flowing. That's his job, right?
Mhm.
So kind of do it then. So like I get it, but like if you don't plan for this, it could get quite strenuous if I could put it lightly. But man, speaking about strenuous, the flight path, as we know, it doesn't matter at all when we come onto Sanhok, as the teams can pretty much reach to almost anywhere on this map, right? What's going to be important, of course, is to see where that first initial zone is forming. Now, if we look back to what we've seen in past games, we have seen the zone shift up to the north, very similar to what it has now. In fact, yesterday the zone shifted a little bit more
Wow.
towards the west, but as
Mm,
still water. So,
no,
like,
no, DK, no, please.
it's gonna be still water here, but not as much as we had yesterday, right? So it is reducing. It's like starting to evaporate ever so slightly,
Mm-hmm.
not a lot, but there's an improvement.
Mm-hmm.
And now the teams, of course, have a great opportunity to play these northern reaches. So I'm curious to see what our southern teams are going to be doing, especially also what the teams that are currently finding themselves within zone will be doing with their positions. I mean, solo, they've got Cal to their own. They can do what they want for the next few moments until the rest of the lobby starts rotating up. But I'm going to be focusing on the south.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's once again, wherever our teams have gone, the zone has not. It's basically decided to go the opposite way. And immediately we are looking right into some action here. It looks like ATROX is going to be finding looks like Influence Rage, unfortunately, being the victims of this onslaught coming through. And Nick are going to be the first to go down. Oh no, what is happening here? All of a sudden, the team that we were absolutely hyping up and quite impressed with, at least I was, unfortunately is going to be starting off Sanhok with one member down. And Sanhok being one of those maps that I feel is sort of, the equalizer amongst PUBG Mobile maps. This is an opportunity for teams to really pick up some kills. We can see Pika, who did not quite survive the blue zone last time around, is making sure that Hainsley is going to be going out and is not going to be haunting their dreams this time around. So Atrox right now picking up 2 team kills right off the bat and absolutely securing as much utility as they possibly can, getting those loots absolutely just popping off on towards Camp Bravo there. But what I'm looking at is there's a lot of teams now have to make rotations again, shoulder to shoulder, DK, shoulder to shoulder. And you know what was funny? I obviously mentioned to you off stream that my last few PUBG Mobile casts have been very water based, very water based indeed. And once again, the zone has heard my fears and has decided that that's what they want to focus on tonight.
You enabled that Dory feature. That's what you did. Just keep swimming. That's what we're getting. That's why there's a lot of water. I heard you singing it just
you
now.
did? Oh,
yeah.
dear. I
Yeah,
thought
you
my
thought
mic
your
was
mic
muted.
was muted, but I heard you. But looking at the zone though, right? Speaking about Dory, 4KT positioned over in towards boot camp, right? That is quite the kind of center point. Even though it's all the way over towards the southwestern side of zone, that is quite the centralized portion. We could see a lot of teams actually looking to rotate in through that kind of region. And now with 4KT being there, it could be quite a tough one. I mean, they could be bringing in an insane amount of kills just looking at that position right there. I mean, we got so many teams on their heels rotating up towards the zone, but unfortunately, over in towards Paradise, we do also see the players here from Seven Sins and, of course, the team there from Esports. Now, just looking to kind of find a little bit of paradise, a little bit of quiet before the storm really starts breaking out and all these teams start going head to head. And it's going to be interesting once we get into those later phases. But as we know, early phase, those initial setups, those initial positions could be quite favorable as the zones, of course, progress and get smaller and smaller.
Very much indeed. And I mean, for a few of these teams, they really want to make sure that they put their best foot forward on this map. It's only the first weekend. I have to remind all of our viewers watching at home, it's only the first weekend of round 2 or the semi-finals of Umzansi Esports League season 4. So again, still plenty of opportunities after this, as we're only down to 3 groups now. So you mean pretty much every single group's going to be playing every single weekend. So they have plenty of opportunities, 2 games a week from this point onwards until we reach our final 16. So it's not like there's a lack of opportunities, but it is so crucial to put down a solid foundation. We've seen time and time again, the teams that have that solid foundation, they just have a little bit of extra peace of mind. They have that little bit of confidence. They have a little bit of a safety net as well, which becomes crucial, especially in battle royales where you can only control so much of this game. A lot of it is up to chance. A lot of it is up to luck. So putting in as best of a foot forward as you possibly can really does help you in the later rounds. And if we look at it now, Rila Insiders, Rainbow Six Madagascar, Magicians, Aphelion Apex, KHK, and at least one member there of Young Thundercats still yet to find themselves safety in the zone. But as we tune into Team Somalia here, it looks like they found themselves a little bit of a victim there in the form of aim going down. And now Sincerity Esports, once again, under the gauntlet here, trying to make sure that they save their team members, reset, and get ready for the rest of these fights. Because as we know, taking a fight too long on Sanhok, not a good idea, DK. Not a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, the Rogue Baby, she's just coming out swinging here, right? Running down the hill with the M249 blazing, cooking up the grenades, trying to get them all the way across. But Beast and Benji, they're just inching their way forward. They're creeping up slowly, using the hardcover, just trying to get themselves as close as they can. But Rogue Baby spots the opening, sends a bit of a spray through, causing quite a bit of damage to Beast. But fortunately, Beast, he can outlive that. He can survive. You know, he is a beast. He'll just push on further. But now, Beast and Kingerman are coming up that opposite end. We see a Booty up on the high ground. This could be quite an interesting play as we see actually, you know, we see Benji, Kingerman, and Beast. They distracting the players here all the way down towards that lower angle, just drawing their attention down, opening up for Booty to come in right behind them and potentially strike with a beautiful off-angle rotation.
Ooh, this would be a very interesting angle to get this going. Again, you know, we remind you, Sincerity Esports, they were the team that was under slaughter here, under fire. Now, to try and find some sort of an angle here, some sort of an opportunity to get out. I mean, you can see one of the team members actually making that rotation out of there, does not want to be taking this fight here, but Kingerman still looking for any possible stragglers, any possible opportunities here to get more kill points. Team Somalia, also one of those teams that really needs to pick up some points here, that want to climb that leaderboard, of course, as much as possible. Rainbow Six Madagascar, though, finding a few angles there onto Aphelion, Apex, and Inky. Just putting a little bit of pressure there, just throwing a few bullets to as some warning shots to give the rest of the team some cover to rotate on in and rotate on into safety, as the rest of them have just backed off a little bit, just given some space to the situation here. But DK, let's theorycraft here a little bit. How can Sincerity actually turn this around in their favor? I mean, it's a 4v3 essentially. I mean, obviously the res coming through, but how can they actually make this work? Surely consumables, we're looking at bullets, we're looking at, you know, the angle that they have to take here.
I'd say the strat that they're applying now, just getting the heck
Run.
out of Dodge. Yeah, yeah, just pushing over towards that coastline, right? Because if we look at the players there from Team Somalia, they have a beautiful position on that ridge line, but it's not the most ideal position for Sincerity to be in, because they still have that whole section of the zone, the whole unknown, open behind them. If they do this play that we see them coming up with now, they have a little bit more security because they can focus down in towards boot camp. They can also just scan across the waterway, and they know that that kind of section is a little bit more secure. There's a little bit more hard cover for them to utilize. Whereas the hills, yes, high ground is fantastic, right? But on a map like Sanhok, anyone can sneak up on you, and that could bite you in the butt, right? So you got to be so careful with how loud you actually play. But speaking about loud, I don't think we're going to be seeing too much loudness coming in over in towards the blue zone here, as Optimus finds himself in the not the most optimal position for the time being, all the way over towards Kampong. And that is going to be quite some distance to try and cover all the way back into zone.
Once again, it's the Rila Insiders versus Rainbow Six Madagascar showdown. They have found each other again, off bat, off spawn, one of the first few teams to actually take those fights. And if they're going to be taking each other out once again, I don't even understand. Rainbow Six Madagascar actually quite split apart. So, I mean, two members actually within zone, ready to get, you know, those stragglers from Rila Insiders when they take those rotations through, potentially, if they can make the rotation through. Trip, unfortunately, would be the first possible victim here. But for the likes of Rainbow Six, now, the two members who finding themselves within the zone, Optimus and Todoroki, need to make that rotation as quick as possible, and they somehow need to find the perfect angle to just cut across real insiders here, and hopefully not take any damage, because the zone is already there, chipping away at HP, chipping away at potentials here. But hey, you know, at least they have a scooter. At least
Yeah.
they have a scooter.
And the tuk-tuk. I mean, but yeah, it's not the fastest thing. Like,
No.
that's the unfortunate part, right? The bike, the scooter, not really the bike, the scooter.
It's a
it does
scooter.
move, yeah. I mean, but this thing is going full throttle now, right? It is just rocketing down this road. I mean, tearing up the tarmac. That is what you want. That's the kind of speed you want on Sanhok. Maybe a little bit more, but he's so
Like,
close. I mean, his fingers just hovering on that NOS button. He's so
30 kilometers
close.
an hour. This is what we're talking about, top speed here.
No, this is like 300. What are you talking about? 30?
Oh yeah, no, sorry, I'm blind. Clearly, this is absolutely 300. This is the
Yeah,
the
second
PUBG
fastest
Mobile
vehicle.
version of a Nissan GTR that we're just absolutely just cutting grass right now.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
of course,
and-
you know, they're changing, because that would be an unfair advantage to the rest of the
Yes.
team if they did keep that scooter. So, as part of, you know, their sportsmanlike behavior, they're gonna leave it behind, take the truck instead. Not at all because the truck is faster. No.
No.
Just to be fair to the rest of the
Yeah.
teams, of course.
And it's also not because it's got more wheels. That's also another thing, right? I mean,
No.
it's
No.
the kind of the epiphany of PUBG. It's like 2 wheels. 2 wheels are better than 4, right? And well, Jbot, I can't really comment on that, but we're going to be looking at the rest of the teams here. Of course, Natural Killers just up on the high ground, keeping a very watchful eye on the team from Sincerity down below towards Bootcamp. So again, this was a good rotation from Sincerity, just wrapping around that whole kind of western coastline, inching their way in, just getting themselves out of that kind of pressure situation. That was a good call. But now, of course, if we look over towards the players here from Solo, they were positioned up in the north for quite some time. And I said, you know, they'll be able to sit here and just wait until someone eventually comes towards them. And this is exactly what's happened now. They can see the players here from the Infinity up ahead, but they've been able to play it in such a way that the Infinity, they don't know that they're there just yet. Well, now they do, because Samurai starts taking the first swing at it. But look at the spread coming in from Solo. Really good this utilization of this hill line, but I'm hoping that someone will have an eye on ammo down below.
Needs to be very careful here. Infinity now, very, very close there to Solo Esports. Going to be throwing a few shots there. Young Thundercats also not finding themselves in the best of situations. I saw a knock there on the horizon, unfortunately. And again, I remind our viewers at home, there's still 16 teams alive. So any team, and the next 3 teams, in fact, that drop from this point onwards will receive 0 placement points, which, as we know, is a bit of a detriment when you're trying to climb the leaderboard with more points in your back pocket. Now, rotations coming through, and actually all of the teams have, so far at least, made it safely into the zone. Aphelion Epics, I'm not sure if they're just absolutely stacked on top of each other or if Kage is the last remaining member, but we'll tune into them a little bit later on and get that information. I would be a little bit worried. I think maybe just a car. Hopefully we're just all in a car, a van. Otherwise, I'm not sure what happened to them. But rotations now heading through. I'm very curious to see where the zone's going to be pulling, because we still have a large body of water potentially involved. Okay. No, DK, it's fine. Just take it away. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, so while Ez tries to get over the water issue here, we can see quite a few teams, of course, now just hugging the edge of the zone. Sincerity, Rainbow Six, as well as Natural Killers, all positioned down in towards the south, in and around the bootcamp area. And they can actually afford to be staying there for quite a little while longer. But if we look smack dab center zone, 4KT have taken up position just on the edge of the bridge. Now, this could be quite the strong position to be holding for them. But over on towards the eastern side, CE Sports and the players here from Team Somalia are finding each other as they are looking to push up a little bit further. I mean, Paradise could maybe be not too favorable for both these teams, but Wizard trying to find a bit of a spray down. As you can see, a few teams rotating up ahead. And I mean, this is where teams need to be so careful. If they make too much noise on a map like Sanhok, they could easily get caught off guard by another team just who's happening to rotate past and, you know, just decides to, hey, let's go pop over and say hi. Just swing on in and sends the whole team right back up into the lobby. But it's good to see Eli and Risks just keeping a very watchful eye on the position there of Team Somalia. Team Somalia, of course, just playing this hard cover, playing it so cautious, but they need to be careful. As we can see, of course, there's several teams still in the vicinity. We've got ATROX not too far away, just moving up towards the north, right behind the players, of course, coming in from the side of CE Esports.
Ooh.
Ooh, Benji does get taken down, though.
What? Was that sounded like a nade, but at that distance, I would be very worried. But with the shots coming through, as we look at it, 7 AOK as well have found Magicians, and now, I mean, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity now for C to push on in, and Magicians right on that back line, looking to get a few kills of their own, but they have to deal with 7 AOK before they even look at Team Somalia. Zone 3 coming on in, and Kingerman should be able to get that res there onto Benji. So Benji, don't worry, you still have an opportunity here to make your mark. And for many of these teams, the pressure is still on. I can't believe it, DK, but we still haven't dropped a single team as of yet. All of these teams just biding their time, making sure they can get as far as possible. I mean, granted, we're only into the 3rd zone, but and we've dropped a few players in that time. Oh, yikes. there's a few shots that you need to be worried about here, Kingerman. But equally throwing some beautiful shots there onto Paradox, who is now feeling the brunt of the action. And you can see there's so many teams keeping their heads on a swivel, because it's again that situation of, if you take a fight too long in Sanhok, that just gives everyone around you, and trust me, they are around you, an opportunity to third party, because we know Sanhok's such a small map, such a tiny map compared to the rest. And with half of the map now being covered in water for the final zone, it means there's even less space to work with here. Oh, Rainbow Six and Sincerity still taking some shots at each other, and it doesn't look like it's yet, at least, found a conclusion there, DK.
Yeah, I mean, this whole kind of phase in the zone with so many teams still alive, it's going to be absolutely essential to play this as strategic as you possibly can. You can see, of course, the players here from the Infinity. Now, quickly just trying to bring their numbers back up as Kato gets raised on through. But Rila Insider looking to dial up the aggression. They still have all 4 players up and ready to roll, but they haven't found any confirms just yet. They are making that long trek all the way from the north back down towards the south, but this is where teams a little bit further down towards them can actually turn around, set up that beautiful third party or potential gatekeep position, and just let it roll. But here we go now. Ozzy trying to find the spray over towards J Roller and Coco off in the distance. But I mean, this is so tricky. There's you know, like the hard cover renders in and out every now and again, depending on how far away you are. Fortunately for Ozzy, he is not too far away, but of course he is close enough for Ro to actually find that angle on towards him, and up comes the side here of the players from KHK swooping in behind them. So the Infinity could find themselves in a very, very difficult position.
I mean, for KHK, this is just an opportunity to sort of redeem themselves from that first Erangel map and get some points on the board this time around. Still looking to see who's going to be those first few teams to drop out. Unfortunately, here in Sanhok, someone has to do it. It's just what it comes down to. We don't like to see it, but someone unfortunately has to be those first few teams to drop out. And KHK now finding 4KT here. So all of a sudden we have that conversation now of, okay, well, where's 4KT going to end up because of this? Depends on how that fight is going to be going. Infinity now looking to just rotate on out of this situation. As you mentioned earlier, sometimes that's just the best strategy that they could really take.
Yeah, but it could be the best one, but I don't think it's necessarily the only strategy. We've seen some of these teams come up with really interesting maneuvers and ways to get themselves out of those really tough positions. But as we jump over towards the team here from KHK, they too find themselves in a really tough spot. They need to try and push through the side of 4KT. Now, this is what's so beautiful about this position for 4KT is they knew at some point someone is going to try and rotate through here. Now, they've set themselves up. They've spread out throughout the compounds, throughout the buildings. Unfortunately for 4KT, it is KHK they're going up against. It's like, you know, one of the teams they've met up against so many times before. And it's good to see, was both these teams just having a bit of a swing at each other once again.
Again, indeed, we might be seeing a different outline this time around. Who's going to be coming out on top? Who's going to be taking that team wipe? And I mean, DK, you've actually seen them in a pretty recent tournament going head to head, and how did that one turn out?
Yeah, it turned. You're asking me something to remember that's been a little while ago, but let's say, I'll have to quickly just look at my notes that I've got written down somewhere. So give me a moment to find that, and then I'll answer.
Well, while you look at your notes, let me remind you a little bit. We did look at KHK and 4KT, of course, in some of the recent tournaments that you've been looking at, and we saw KHK actually come out on top in that regard. So what I was alluding to is, of course, this is an opportunity now for 4KT to potentially get a little
Yeah.
bit of revenge, maybe
Yeah.
prove a point here, and potentially, obviously, get one of those team wipes, get those points on the board, and again show us why they have been such an insane team to watch in the past before. But now KHK actually falling down on that ridgeline towards the water, off of that hard cover as we saw there with 4KT holding. They now have to turn their attention to the zone rotation. And for the likes of Rainbow Six, they're also a little bit spread out. They unfortunately have to make the rotation as well. A swim for Todoroki has to happen. That zone finally pulling in towards land, but look at the knocks that are coming through now. Rainbow Six, Madagascar, what has happened? All of a sudden, it looks like everyone has just having their crosshairs trained on Rainbow Six at this moment in time, but 13 teams remain. Still one team, unfortunately, in danger of going to the lobby with 0 placement points.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough position there in which Rainbow Six find themselves. And Purpose now without Purpose as he's about to get finished on off and sent all the way back. And yeah, all right. So I've looked at my notes, and yes, KHK and 4KT, they've obviously been duking it out in so many tournaments. But the one that you were referring to was the PMCO Africa. We did see, of course, 4KT winning the first season, and KHK just managing to kick the butts in the second round, the second installment of the PMCO Africa for this year. And it's good to see both these teams having a swing at each other. I mean, there's nothing better than a bit of healthy competition, right? You got to try and prove yourself and show, who are the strong teams in this Africa region. And of course, there's so many teams represented here from so many countries in Africa. And it's so interesting to have, of course, everyone just getting shot at. Bad karma, having some karma coming that way, just heading up. And now everything is down to Freya to try and hold on.
Ooh, it's just not looking too good at the moment. You can see Snora and Pennywise there from KHK. Knocked in, unfortunately, a little bit afraid at the moment. Oh, you were saying nades, unfortunately, seem to be involved as well. So here for 4KT now. These two members still up and running around, but those meds need to be popped as soon as possible. Bad karma, of course, not looking too good with health either. So as we look at it, Team Somalia, not healthy for them either. Pennywise now obviously to the zone we go. And Rila Insider somehow, some way here with all 4 members alive. Even after their little showdown there with Rainbow Six Madagascar, looks like they came out on top and looks like they're going to be taking out what looks to be the remainder there of Influence Rage Africa. Now taking those rotations on in. They have so many angles to work with. You can see pretty much every single player from Rila Insiders looking at a separate team to try and fight off for their angle, for their safety, but holding on that rotation, holding the line that people have to take to rotate down into the safety of the zone. It is Trip holding this angle, just waiting for anyone to come through. Just peek around the corner, but needs to be careful because there's bullets flying equally to their direction. And maybe this is a little bit of revenge here from 4KT, but 5 teams left.
Well, this is an interesting play coming in from the side of the Rila Insiders. I mean, they've been having a little bit of an off game in the first one, coming in so strong in the second one, finding themselves in the top 4. And they too have also gone up against our aforementioned teams. But now, as we can see, Ro just trying to inch his way along that northern edge. But it's going to be a pretty tough one if we look over towards Kavera, the last remaining hopeful for the players here of 7 sins odds of killing. Cooking up the grenade, setting it up in the direction, trying to just keep Ro at bay while they're going in for that res. But the pressure is going to be on. Will he be able to pull it off? Ro just inching his way forward, creeping closer and closer, spots the angle, decides to strike, and now it is up to the final blow, and he sends it right up towards Kavera. 3 teams now remain, and as this is where it's going to be absolutely insane. But of course, only 2 of the 3 teams are actually in the zone. The 3rd team is magically off in blue zone somewhere applying a heal strat.
Oh no. And if it isn't worse, if you're looking at it, it's a 1v3. with Paradox.
Mm.
Oh no, wait. Was that a double nade coming through
Oh,
now
yeah.
from Paradox, making this a one-on-one against? Are you kidding me? Paradox, you can't be doing things like that. How did you have that nade so perfectly prepped and timed? Now, one-on-one situation here, but Blue Zone obviously going to be forcing the issue just a little bit. Tree, not a great piece of cover to work with here. Whereas Ro working with that all-solid rock, you know, he's got some cover. He's got some room to work with here. And Paradox just looking for those thirds, making sure that they can get as many kill points on the board as possible, so that no matter what happens here with this 1v1, his team is picking up as many points as possible. The shots going to be raining through. And here, DK, that one-on-one situation, Paradox literally just leaning between, well, I wanted to say a rock and a hard place, but it's unfortunately no rocks he could work with here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, Paradox, the name is quite fitting coming into this. You know, that nade was like a paradoxal nade right there and then. But now, Ro trying to push on up, trying to find that angle on towards Paradox as the blue zone is starting to close on through. Will he be able to find that finishing blow? Paradox making a quick rush for it. Oh, Ro finds the head, and with that, down he goes, taking the winner chicken dinner for Rila inside of finishing strong on 11 kills in this match. Absolutely beautiful play. And of course, the Magicians finishing so strong there in second place on 7 kills.
These are two of the teams that we were sort of nudging on. We were like, listen, you know, we want to see a little bit more. We want to see what sort of magic you've been throwing at us in the previous round. And here it is. Not only is it really Insiders and the Magicians, but also KHK picking up that third place there with the heal strat, as we mentioned. Unfortunately, the Blue Zone in that case being the MVP to take them out, but still making it to that top 3, and still 3 of the teams that we've been waiting for to make a statement.
Yes, yes, yes. The Magicians up there, KHK up there, but Rila Insiders coming away with the winner chicken dinner. These points distribution are just doing my head in, trying to calculate the math. If 4KT is getting enough points, if you know, if Influence Rage is getting enough kills to just make it over the hurdle, it's too much to calculate. But luckily for us, we have an amazing team working in the back that are definitely doing all the numbers and adding up all the permutations for us, so we don't have to give ourselves unnecessary headache. But ladies and gentlemen, like I said, big shout out to Rila Insiders coming through with a winner chicken dinner. Did you expect this S proxy?
Well, I've been waiting for it, but I didn't expect it to necessarily happen on Sanhok, especially with the way that the zone was just not working for them. I mean, they literally had a showdown with Rainbow Six Madagascar as we started in the zone. They had to make that rotation in. I was like, oh, not looking too great, because as soon as they get in the zone, they're going to be running into 4 other teams. And I don't know how, but they managed to survive almost all of them till that final zone. And then Paradox coming through with the double nade. I had my bets on Paradox to win that 1v1. Whether it was plausible or not, I just wanted him to win a 1v3 with a double clutch nade. I don't care how it happened, but
That would have been really cool to
I
see.
just wanted it to happen. But still, really, Insiders again, one of those teams from Incorsi. I love to see it, and I'm glad that they're making a statement here on Sanhok.
I'm super happy because the teams from Nkosi are definitely putting up a fight and showing that they deserve to be here. The Magicians, Rila Insider, KHK, these are 3 teams that made it up, and you can see that they're definitely putting up the points. I mean, DK, what does it say about the competition about in Nkosi and how they've all shown their mettle here as we look at the standings after game 2? DK, take it away.
I mean, we've seen this happen so many times as the teams come in from the Nkosi side. We've pointed this out actually a few times. The teams on the Nkosi side, they need to be competitive all the time because they keep on getting new teams entering every week. So it's so much more of a different kind of ball game in comparison to what we have up here in towards Nkosi, the Umzansi side rather. So yeah, it does definitely make things, that little bit more challenging for them. But so far, Rila Insider being able to hold their own and playing a phenomenal game, finishing quite strong with this 11 kills coming through. But if we look at the rest of the teams, I mean, the Magicians, 7 Arts of Killing, as well as the players there from Infinity, ATROX, and Rainbow Six, all finishing so strong with their kill counts.
And not only that, DK, but I actually do have to mention the top 6 teams that we're looking at these standings at the moment are all from Nkosi.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Wow.
insane. That's insane.
I mean, it just goes to prove your point right now. You know, these teams coming in, obviously this crazy strats we saw in Corsi. We saw upside down vehicle strats. We saw heal strats for absolute days. I feel like that's where I truly learned the importance of heal strats was in Corsi last season. But of course, making such a statement here on Sanhok, really picking up the points. And again, a very good performance from the rest of the teams. And the kill distribution relatively was okay, as we would expect on Sanhok. And again, I mentioned Sanhok is the equalizer of all PUBG Mobile maps. They pick up the points. This is where a lot of the other teams can really just farm a little bit of those kill points, pick up that leaderboard, which again, super important. But yeah, I mean, I got a little birdie in my ear telling me that the top 6 was from Nkosi, and I nearly lost it. Of course, your MVP coming through there from Rila Insiders. It is Row with 6 kills, 793 damage, and a total survival time of 24 minutes and 56 seconds. Absolutely insane, of course, for Rila Insiders to pick up that insane game.
Absolutely insane, ladies and gentlemen, and we can't wait for some more insane action in our third map of the day, which is Miramar. So don't go anywhere. It is still going to be Esport, CDK, and Dr. Sid bringing you the Northern Gaming Africa version of PUBG Mobile's excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, keep commenting, keep saying some stuff in the comment section. We want to see your opinion, and we'll see you after this break. Welcome back, ladies. Umzansi Esports League. This is season 4, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. Very quickly, if you are not following Northern Gaming, make sure you follow Northern Gaming on all our socials so you don't miss the action. And also make sure that you check out northerngaming.africa. If you are watching this video right now on YouTube, please drop a comment and let us know how my hair is looking. Kidding. Yes, let's take a very quick recap of the standings of the last map before we talk about our final map, which is Miramar.
Rila insiders actually picking up that winner chicken dinner. I mean, against all odds, DK, we were talking about that nade. We wanted a slow-mo action of that nade, just as it was coming in over the rock. What was, their faces looking like when it was about to pop through. And I still would have wanted that 1v3 to go the way that I wanted it to go. But ultimately, real insiders, they grit their teeth down. They made sure that it worked in their favor, picking up that winner chicken dinner. And I mean, again, we have to just reiterate the fact that the top 6 in that standings, they're all from Nkosi. How insane is that?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy though. I mean, like Nkosi is a breeding ground for some crazy PUBG, right? Especially if the teams make it all the way up in towards Umzansi, and then they have that opportunity to let loose and let it fly and cause havoc on screen. That is what we love to see. And already so far in the second stage, the second match, it has been pretty entertaining, and I'm curious to see what this last one will bring.
Wow, curious to see what the last map will bring. I'm so sorry right there. I was looking at some replay of that need that was flying up and down the place. Very, very, very accurate need, I'm telling you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is Miramar. Miramar is a map that gets people shooting with sniper rifles left, right, and center. So, I'm thinking it's called it's the M6. Is it the M16 or the M24? The M14, isn't it? That's the weapon of choice on Miramar.
Mini 14.
So M14, I mean.
Mini, tiny.
Oh, it's a mini
Tiny
and the
14.
M now. M is mini M is the same thing. So the mini 14s are going to be flying left, right, and center. Normally, this is the map where we'll say G3 Temper used to come through and all that kind of stuff. But looking at the way the tables have been shook, shaken, twisted, but KHK, Rila insiders, I don't even know who to call it for. S Proxy, who are we looking out for in this final map on Miramar?
Look, I really do want a win for 4KT. I feel like they've been slowly but surely picking up those points, but also I really do want a new team to sort of step it up. A team that we have not yet spoken about. I mean, ATROX was also looking pretty good. Aphelion Apex, I feel like, has just quite not there yet, but they have been close to getting that winner chicken dinner, getting towards that that final spot. And I mean, shame, Rainbow Six Madagascar, I feel like they've just been bullied, so I'd also like them to just be there, just to surprise us.
You said bullied. I was like,
They
wow,
are.
that's
The zone's bullying them.
that's so not fair. Anyways, DK, you're my stats man. You're my stats man. Which one of these teams you typically would perform well on this map, so we would know which teams to look out for in terms of matchups. Because if they consistently do well on Miramar, we might be looking at some very, very, very interesting matchups. I think 4KT is going to bring it.
In a statsman's world, I would say it could be between 3 teams. Team Somalia, KHK, and well, let's go with 4KT. Right? Let's see if they can step it up and continue to bring in another phenomenal game. And as you said, potentially bring a chicken dinner home, because it's about time that we see that kind of happen even more so. We know this is a team that is able to bring in quite a bit of aggressive play, but in this round so far, no chickens for them just yet, which is a bit weird. It is a bit strange, and maybe it changes in this game.
Well, we hope it changes in this game and they bring some chicken dinner home, because I'm feeling like chicken tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Sid living in the very capable hands of S Proxy and DK, and I'll see you after Miramar.
I mean, they talk about chicken off camera, they talk about chicken on stream. I'm hungry now, man. I want some chicken myself.
I think we need to start a Let's Feed Dr. Sid program.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Feed him chicken. I agree. As we look at it though, that's Flightpath coming through, and I mean heading right onto Impala. Depending on how way the zone goes, I feel like, I mean, the teams really have their righteous of choice here. They're literally going straight through the middle of the map. They have all the options of the world. I mean, other than prison potentially, that might be a little bit far. And now the choice comes through. Okay, how's the zone going to pull today? Because I feel like the zone's been a real story real story point that we should be focusing on today. It's been changing the way that some of these teams unfortunately thought that their map was going to be going. It's obviously been favoring water, which today I hope it's not going to be doing on Miramar, but we'll see. What do you think, DK?
Well, this is Miramar. There's not a lot of water here, so I'd be surprised if it does go that way. But I'm expecting it to stay kind of rather on the mainland area. You know, more in the dry region. But surprise, surprise,
No,
you kind of jinxed it right there. Well done, S. You
You
are.
said it. You said it. You were like, no, we're gonna go to the mainland. What water is it gonna be on Miramar? DK, look what you did. Look
Well,
what
you
you
asked
did.
for it. You asked for it, and like,
No,
I'm
I
sorry,
don't
but the
want
PUBG
it.
gods deliver. That's what they do. Like, they're like, oh, you want water? Yes, here you go. Here's all the water you can handle, even on the desert. Have some more water. Just play with it. And now, of course, the teams have to adopt a bit of an interesting strategy, seeing that the zone has shifted all the way down towards that far southern area. And looking over in towards El Pozo over here, this is quite some way away from that zone. But of course, it is that opportunity now for CE Sports and Team Somalia to get their action going.
Sorry, I'm still processing water. Moving on. Yes, CE Sports and Team Somalia. Team Somalia, unfortunately, Beast from his side, not feeling too healthy. Going to be rotating on in, and here comes Benji, the unfortunate receiver of a nade last game. This game, hopefully, not going to be looking at the same sort of opportunity. CE Sports now. I mean, they've essentially got Team Somalia a little bit sandwiched here because you see Ellie holding that flank. Kingerman just going to be going straight past them, and Ellie still two Team Somalia members right in front of them, so they have an opportunity here to actually just pincer these two members here from Team Somalia. They have to be careful though, because the flanks are going to come through. Beast in particular and Benji very happy to get a knock on through and get that confirmation right on early off the bat. As we look at it, still 16 teams, of course. There's nothing crazy happening just yet, other than EK obviously, making us go to water on the desert. But as we look at it, CE Sports still in an opportunity here to potentially rein this back, as Beast going down to Wizard, pulling on in there with the knocks coming through, and risks just throwing bullets into the pool here, trying to find some sort of an opportunity. Of course, the cover, the visibility right now, not a great time. Not a great time here for CE Sports, but they still are keen on holding on this. And once again, we have nades being prepped. We have nades going through. Is nades going to be the question of today? And it is. Team Somalia, unfortunately, receiving a package they did not want. They did not want that nade again to come through, but there is a little bit of an upside here. Still one member here from Team Somalia, a buddy, trying to rotate on in, trying to recover the situation, at least with vehicle in hand, having a little bit of cover, a little bit of time on their hands to get into the zone. Risks here, dropping on right on top and making sure. Unfortunately, to my detriment, that Team Somalia will be the first team to go out here on Miramar.
Yeah, they went out with a bang on that one. Like I know it makes a bit of damage. It causes a bit of damage if you crash into a building. That's why if you're the last player and you've taken quite a bit of damage, stay away from walls. That is pretty much why that's a thing. But yeah, well done to the blue bottom and the players here from CE Sports for getting the first squad wipe. That was a really, really quick one. We're only a few short moments actually into this game, and already the first team getting taken right on down. So that was so surprising. But now we have the opportunity to see what the rest of the teams are going to be doing. Over in towards Picardo, we can see, of course, the players there from Solo Esports finding themselves with a bit of company, as they are now being pushed upon, or rather challenged, having to share the space with the players from the Infinity here. But Yujiro is holding up alongside the wall, or sorry, no, at the window. But there's technically a wall in front of him. He's just waiting to see if he can find any information that he could send and relay through towards the rest of his team. But as we can see, they are also positioned in a blue bottom all the way down towards the south. So Yujiro needs to be so careful with how he is looking to play this.
Yeah, Solar Esports and Infinity. Again, those teams that, I mean, for Solar Esports, they were sitting at the beginning of today, at the bottom of those standings, obviously very desperate at this point in time, of course, for any sort of points to help them climb that leaderboard. Again, only the first weekend of the semifinals. They still have plenty of time. But as you mentioned, that pressure starts building up, that sort of idea that at the back of your mind, yeah, I'm sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. We have a far way to climb. We don't want to be going, into being relegated, not making it to the next phase of the Umzansi Season 4 esports. So, I mean, as we look at it, unfortunately, this fight could be an opportunity for them to pick up some kills, but they do, as you mentioned, have to be very cognizant of the fact that they still have to make a rotation in. They still have to find themselves a little bit of safety here, a little bit of a safe haven to just get themselves through to the rest of this map, because we are still so early into this Miramar match that if they go out here, if they try and take this fight and it doesn't really go their way, I mean, Samurai already taking a few shots there, health literally down to a third of what it was. It's not going to be worth it if they'd go out so early on. Still, that 16 to 13 team placement, getting 0 if you go out in those points, it's a horrible addition to take with you back to the lobby. So hopefully for them, they'll be able to get that rotation out, or if they can potentially find an opportunity here to maybe gatekeep some of the teams who are trying to rotate on in, as we can see here with the minimap, maybe then there's an opportunity. But I mean, KHK is still in the zone, still making their rotation in. It's a far rotation all the way there to Los Leones. And for some of the teams, they obviously weren't expecting such a far rotation. They were all the way to the northern side of the map. So cars right now have a very rare and important commodity.
Yeah, and speaking about commodities, I mean, natural killers, they find themselves positioned right there on that far southeastern edge. I don't see many teams really venturing that far down just yet. But also, looking at the players there from Rainbow Six, positioned up in towards Los Leones. I mean, ideally, I'd like to see them just move a little bit towards the south, because once Los Leones gets really congested with so many teams, the exit route becomes so much harder to find. So if they can already kind of set themselves up a little bit closer to the south, I think they should be pretty golden once the horde starts rushing in towards them. But this is also quite an interesting region of the map, especially that southern kind of coastline that we see the color change. That is where we change from a more of a kind of plateau play to a more of a mountainous region. So it definitely forces the teams to play in a completely different way. And it's very similar in a sense, kind of to what we had on Sanhok with the terrain set up there. Also, just, the inclines and the hills are just so much higher, but it is still a very kind of similar approach to it. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to look to position themselves in that zone all the way down towards the far south. And also quite curious to see where this next pop is going to take us.
Exactly that. Getting that high ground can be so crucial to getting those last few. You have so much control of the map. You can see so much more. You have more information. You can potentially plan out your rotations better. And of course, with what we know, with the mini 14s, with the snipers on Miramar, you could be just kill stealing. You could just be picking up points left, right, and center. With Rogue Baby here being one of the first to hopefully do so. Looking straight at Solo Esports there, and Yujiro actually going down to aimbot. So in Sincerity, one way or another, they are just picking up kills. A little bit of teamwork here. One does the knock, the other does the confirmation. And ultimately, what happens for Solo Esports here is they are losing players. So yeah, look, it's not a good opportunity here if you're Diags trying to just rotate on out, trying to hold on to however many players you might have at this moment in time. But the cavalry is actually arriving here for Solo Esports, so they will be back up to 3 members going up against the full 4 of Sincerity if they choose to continue this fight, which again, you have to make that decision, because not everyone is rotating on in. At least we hope everyone is rotating on in. I still see KHK still very far within that blue zone. Thankfully, I mean, we're only 2 layers deep, so it shouldn't be too rough to, survive that for the time being. But time is of the essence here. And Aphelion Apex, one of the teams we've been hoping to see a little bit more from. DK, what's your opinion been on them so far?
They've been showing a bit of potential. We did see, of course, in quite a few tournaments tournaments and leagues and so on that they've been playing. You know, they have the ability to perform well. It's just down to the RNG, right? Whether or not kind of the odds work in their favor, where that zone goes, and if they can find themselves in a position that they're actually able to defend and make a good stand from. If you give them all the aforementioned, they perform quite well, right? But it's not always that easy to find, especially finding yourself alongside a team like 4KT, who we saw can bring in quite a bit of a fight with only a 3-man team. And that's what we see here once again. Only 3 players in for the side of 4KT. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Aphelion is going to look to take that engagement and a little bit further away. Of course, we got the players here from Young Thunder out in the open. Kavera just patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He does have the reinforcement of the rest of the team being able to provide a bit of cover fire there. But, I mean, Ungodly, he's taking a bit of a risk being out in the open. He does have a slight bit of a ridge line there to utilize, but that's not a lot of cover. I mean, he needs to be so careful. But we do see Snake Eyes moving up, so maybe things could take a bit of a swing for the better there.
Exactly that. And I mean, Young Thundercats, one of the teams I mean, I remember, you know, screaming my name and my absolute lungs out for Young Thundercats before. You know, I've seen them do phenomenal things, but for the time being, I'm still waiting for that sort of pop-off potential. I'm waiting, similar to actually Seven Sins Art of Killing, for them to also show us what they have in store, you know, to really make it to that end game, to really make it to that final, you know, top 5, top 3, whatever it is, and show us what they can do. But to get to that point is still a long road ahead of them. Of course, we still have quite a few teams on the map still looking for the exact same goal. KHK is still rotating on in. The anxiety that they give me. Wow. DK, that is a long rotation. I mean, they're still going past Impala at this point in time.
They've got the mids, I hope. We'll see. I mean,
hope.
that could actually be, especially on a map like Miramar, coming in with these super delayed rotations, especially coming into these late phases. That could be quite favorable, actually, for team, as the rest of the lobby has already mainly been dealt with. You know, a lot of the strong positions could potentially be open, or they could find quite a sneaky angle to just swoop in from and just pick off, you know, a few players here and there. But we'll have to see what fate has in store for them. Meanwhile, Young Thunder going to be deciding whether or not they are looking to stay here or potentially reposition. As we can see Superior and his teammate now just scooting on out. Off goes Ungodly, as well as Snake Eyes. And the same, of course, happening for the players there from Seven Sins. So both these teams now trying to push back up in towards the zone, seeing that it has shifted up further north. But now, Aphelion Apex could find themselves right up alongside the players there from Young Thunder. But Rila Insider also taking a little bit more of a scenic rotation, pushing in along that southern edge, looking to come in potentially from the west. But there's 3 teams, or 2 teams in the immediate area, and several more a little bit further up ahead as well.
It looks like Rolo also has spotted out Aphelion Apex, getting out of the car there, throwing a couple of shots, potentially at Kage and Sicko and the likes, trying to see if they can maybe pick up something or other, at least do some damage. If they could get a knock there, of course, that would be huge for them, because rotating teams, of course, you're so vulnerable. You're obviously just trying to desperately to get into the zone as quick as possible. And I mean, speaking of that zone, DK, when that pulled in there towards Los Leones, you know, we pull away from that mountainous range, and now we pull into the chaos we were alluding to earlier, which is half of Los Leones. With 15 odd teams in such a small area. What are your thoughts on that?
It's going to be crazy. I mean, there's not a lot to really play with, right? So it's interesting moving in towards Los Leones, because we've obviously got all the buildings that the teams can occupy, right? But it could be so tricky, as there's quite a few hills and valleys just on the outlying region that the opposing teams could actually move into. And looking at where ATROX is, they are positioned on a little bit of a high ground. If they move a little bit further south, they could also be looking to improve that position a little bit more. But right alongside them, they've got KHK. So it's going to be a fight for, you know, like a kind of king of the hill situation. Speaking about hills, J Roller trying to get himself off of some of those rolls. But Romeo is just rolling with the punches, just even shooting the shack he's in. That's how serious he is about getting this engagement.
absolutely serious. I mean, they have to be. Everyone has to be. They want to make sure that they're setting it up on a good, foot for the rest of the semi. Oh, okay, that's a flying car. That is a flying car. Brennan now from C Esports there, just ramping on off every single act that they can find there, trying to get into safety here. Young Thundercats, of course, still one of the teams yet to rotate, and what a rotation this has to be now, because behind them they've got really insiders. In front of them they got C Esports. We also got members from Infinity AF flying out of cars. Unfortunately, not the way that they would. Oh no, Brennan, you were doing so good with the car. What happened? Unfortunately, dying there to a bit of an explosion coming through, and the bullets are raining in. This is now where we, of course, see so many of the teams and the numbers start dropping like flies, because everyone's just trying to find some sort of a morsel, some sort of a little bit of, a little bit of real estate that they can work with. And unfortunately, there's a lot of contention to do so here. Some of those teams now, unfortunately, needing to do some recovery. Magicians in particular now unfortunately running into the members there of Young Thundercats, who are holding on to as much of that real estate as possible here, making sure that they are gatekeeping anyone trying to make those rotations in and get to safety here. You can see Snorro there from KHK, unfortunately also meeting a little bit of a knock there. C Esports losing members now as well, but it means that players are picking and teams are picking up those kill points, which really do help the leaderboard, as we mentioned time and time again. I'm also seeing Aphelion Apex and 7AOK and Rainbow Six, all three of them in a fight together, picking each other apart one by one by one. But yet, we still haven't seen who's going to be that first team to drop off there. Still two potential teams to drop off with 0 placement points. And Aphelion Apex will be one of them, unfortunately going out as the 15th team. Now looking to see who's going to be the rest. 7AOK, of course, picking up majority of those kills and going to be happy to do so. They've been doing a fantastic job today to pick up as many points as possible. And again, DK, absolutely crucial if you want to set, forth a really strong foundation in the first week of the semifinals.
Yeah, it is going to be absolutely essential to try and get that setup done and sorted. But now, speaking about setup, 4KT going to be looking to set themselves up alongside the players here from Solo, as Samurai already gets taken right on down. Up comes Indiags. But will they be able to hold up against this push coming in from the full squad of 4KT? A full squad of 3 people, but here we go. Mighty positioned just on the off angle there. 4KT looking to clear this one out. We see the players from Sincerity also just holding off in the distance. But with that, the first knock comes on towards Fex. Now it's up to 5, I guess. And Bad Karma to try and bring it in. Ooh, nice confirm coming in from Mighty. That off-angle play really working in his favor. Now forcing the side of 4KT to rethink their strategy and how they are going to try and push on to the players here. But also now just keeping a very watchful eye on the surrounding areas. You can see Young Thunder off in the distance, as well as the players. Everyone now trying to move in. I mean, CE Sports right there as well. A very exposed region kind of to fight in. Well, there's a few exposed spots, and unfortunately, we do see a few teams in there, and the spray focus getting sent right in their direction. So they got to try and squeeze themselves out of harm's way, either get in behind a ridge or a compound or something of the sort. But I mean, this is going to be such a challenging play, especially over towards that eastern side. We got the players there from Natural Killers. We got ATROX. We got INF as well as KHK, and the zone stays on that side. And this is where things get super interesting.
I mean, also you start talking about, what cover these teams have available to work with here. What sort of angles can they use to try and find those kills, to try and find those opportunities for them and build those opportunities rather. But as we look at it, Sincerity, one of the first teams to rotate on in. Got a few teams like the Natural Killers and ATROX who are pretty close to that rotation, holding off the line. And I mean, for the rest of the teams who are already in that zone, they're going to just look to keep everyone out of it, of course. They're going to look to pick up as many kill points with those rotations coming through as possible. 4KT, though, not feeling too great right now because Solo Esports rolling up on their territory and laying down the law, taking out one, looking for the rest who are just trying to make those rotations on out. Bad Karma, one of those to just get away, just escape. But unfortunately, Samurai there with a mini 14 will be saying, no thanks, I'm going to be taking that kill. Looks like 4KT is out for the count. Rainbow Six Madagascar now also looking for some sort of an angle here. Optimus out, but Prime here finding some angles. finding a few knocks as well, but has to be careful because here comes that 5 layers deep zone, which we know it really starts to chunk your HP. It really puts on the pressure for these teams to rotate on in and finish off these fights as soon as possible. ATROX, they're also picking up Todoroki down to Prime, looking to rotate on in, has to go through Wizard from C Esports to do so. And look at that HP, just getting that mid popped off, looking for the fight there, but is not going to be ready for Wizard, who's going to get that final knock and now be able to rotate on in, but maybe needs a few mids. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh no. Okay, let's get into the buggy. Let's get into this as quickly as possible because ouch, that zone does do a lot of damage. As the last remaining member there of C Esports, it unfortunately doesn't look like a safe rotation. I see a few bullets flying on across, and as we know, DK, I mean, at this point in time, you know, a car, great for getting in the zone as quickly as possible, but you do give away a lot of information with that sound cue.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about it. And we look at a team like Sincerity here, for instance. They are able to find themselves on a bit of a high ground, just putting the finishing blows in the teams and around them. And now we only have 7 remaining. KHK, as well as the players there, of course, from the Infinity, looking to push in from a more northern play. But here next to the team of Sincerity, they still have Solo in the mix. KHK off in the distance, as we can see Mercury coming through with a bit of a spray down. Fortunately for INF, they still have a full squad up, but with that, Juicy gets taken down at the hand of Sully, setting up a beautiful grenade. Selenar trying to put down a few smokes just to ward them off so he can try and get that res in. The third parties are going to try and come through to get those confirms in, and I wouldn't be surprised if the players from Influence Rage actually clutch this one out and take home their winner chicken dinner. But of course, they now need to prioritize getting their butts all the way back in towards zone as they now have to rotate towards the west. But here we go. Oh, beautiful exchange coming through with there with Sela. Will Juicy and Roshi survive this? Up comes INF with that, some easy spray downs, and of course they get sent right back into the lobby. Some easy kills for the players there from INF. But now 5 teams remain to fight it out for the winner chicken dinner.
I can't believe KHK is actually still involved in this because, as we mentioned, I mean, they gave me anxiety with that long rotation, but they have somehow, some way made it into the top 5. Just need to be wary of flying nades going right past their faces. Doesn't seem to be connecting just this yet. We've seen what nades can do today, and I don't know. I'm just afraid of any sort of grenade that gets prepped ever and will be for the rest of my life. Infinity and KHK rubbing shoulders right now. Unfortunately, not in the zone, so they both need to finish off this fight. They need to finish this exchange and get into safety. Otherwise, they might be gatekept by the rest of the team. Sully there picking up some of the members there from Infinity, and KHK unfortunately picking up Sully. So an immediate exchange and an immediate confirmation coming through. Team kills now looking for Infinity. They picked up 2, down to 1 member, who now needs to try and hold on to something here. Maybe just rat it out. Maybe just somehow play for placements here. KHK making the rotation on in. Might go right past this remaining member here of Infinity AF, but there's still 2 remaining who might be very well aware that they still have 1 member to finish off. Couple of bullets flying on through. Pennywise going to be making through. No, it seems like they will be leaving Mercury, sorry, the last remaining member there of Infinity to just make their slow rotation on into the zone as we do tune into Influence Rage Africa. You know, these two great teams gets a little bit confusing, but KHK, what's not confusing is the fact that they've just run into a crossfire of note. Snora goes down. ATROX now looking so good to hold on to this one. 4 members alive, DK, and I mean, position-wise, they've got the zone. They have some advantage here.
Yeah, they definitely do. Now they just need to try and play this one and hope that, you know, the sides kind of align themselves. But they've got a good position. They've got the players there from Sincerity held up on the complete opposite end of zone. KHK right alongside them. INF just up ahead of them. So it could potentially, if they played this one well, be smooth sailing all the way through to that winner chicken dinner. But up comes the rush. Oh, Hensley taking quite a bit of damage there from Pika. Oh, this is going to be so tough. I mean, ATROX just playing this one so beautifully, utilizing the hard cover that they've brought alongside with them. Of course, those vehicles just being dropped up ahead, but the zone now shifting up once again, heading up in favor of the players of KHK and INF. So this is going to be on the side of ATROX, where they now need to push back in towards zone, look to gain a bit of a footing there and potentially maybe even crack a door or two. But here we go. The sprays come through. Will we see those confirms come in? Ooh, the side of Influence Rage, finding the angles onto which KHK. This could be that opportunity ATROX was waiting for. But don't forget about Sincerity. They might be quiet, but they're just lying in wait on the edge of that zone, waiting for that opportunity. They are so close to zone. Up comes the first spray, though, on towards Inky. Now it's up to Aimbot to try and hold on. Dead. I am high. Soho and Pika on the front line. You can see them just trying to find that approach, that angle back in towards zone. Meanwhile, KHK and INF find themselves in a very difficult position with Jebot getting taken right on down. Now it is up to Lewis to try and survive the last remaining hopeful for the side of KHK. But INF making it so difficult for all the other opposing teams here.
And I mean, it's exactly that. That zone pool literally gave them all the advantages that they needed. Now, Sincerity also not looking too healthy, with a lot of those knocks coming through. We're down to 3 teams remaining. And ATROX, one of the teams we thought was in position to actually take this. That zone shift has basically said, well, you're going to have to fight for this a little bit more. Influence Rage Africa now, with 3 members remaining. Not only have ATROX in their sights, but surely they should have an idea of where the last remaining member from KHK is sitting, where Lewis is trying to hide out and trying to bide their time for placements. We can see Hainsley just peeking that angle now and then, just trying to wait for some sort of an angle, some sort of movement to pop on through so that they can get that confirmation and focus all of their attention onto ATROX. So no. Nades and mollies being... I don't know. I feel like grenades today have just been the MVP, and they're gonna again terrify me for the rest of my life. But that molly should just miss Lewis as we look at it, still holding onto it for KHK. ATROX, all 4 members alive and well, looking for Influence Rage, looking for that last remaining member from KHK. I mean, in terms of numbers, they have the advantage here, of course, but they still have to push into that zone. They still have to approach that zone. And when they do so, of course, they will be doing it in the middle of nowhere. ATROX, they're picking up aimbots, taking out Inky as well. Sincerity, the confirmation's finally coming through, but Influence Rage, I don't know what's happening. ATROX somehow, some way has turned this around. They're taking the approach, DK. How is this going to pan out?
Well, it could be quite amazing for them. Soho trying to move in, trying to find that angle, but it is up to Nico and Hainsley to hold on for INF as Atrox comes rushing in. I am high, gets taken on down. Down goes Pika, down goes Soho. And INF steal away the winner chicken dinner from the hands of Atrox. Wow, that was an absolutely phenomenal performance. 11 kills on board for INF. I mean, they are probably rolling with just like adrenaline and enthusiasm. It should be absolutely amazing for them. Well done. That was so beautifully played. Atrox, yes, they finished strong with 8 kills on board, but I'm pretty sure they're probably kicking themselves.
Definitely are, because they were so close to actually taking that win. But again, that zone pool, I feel like that was just the moment that they were like, okay, well, what are we supposed to do now? We had every advantage. We played this as perfectly as we could with the information we had, and look at where the zone went. It just went the opposite way.
The zone can do you strong thing. Don't follow the zone, cause the zone can do you strong thing. That is a song just letting you know that if you put all your eggs in one zone, that zone can go to another zone and you will lose all your eggs. Yes, but in this case, people lost chicken and lost chicken dinners. Ladies and gentlemen, Influence Rage coming to 2 wins in a day. That is just amazing gameplay. ATROX, one of the teams that I've seen from the beginning, also coming up with some nice points. Look at that points ladder. Oh my God. Tell us about these standings, DK.
Well, as of course you've already mentioned, INF bringing in a phenomenal performance there. First question I got to ask you though, Sid, is that song going to be on your next album?
Possibly.
Okay.
I'm thinking about
Right.
it. The zone will do you strong.
I just had to put it out there in case someone else was wondering, you know, like I'm just like thinking of everyone. But of course, I gotta say though, I mean, our top 4 teams, they were performing exceptionally strong. I mean, Sincerity, they played a good game all the way up to the end, finding 8 kills. I mean, Atrox, yes, they're probably kicking themselves, but still it was a really good performance. 8 kills on board. I mean, KHK, yes, they didn't get a crazy amount of kills, but they were able to make it all the way up into that third place, bringing in 10 placement points, finishing in fourth overall on 13. So still a fairly good day. But I'm quite pleased also to see, though, C Esports and Rainbow Six Madagascar, both teams coming in with strong kill counts.
Also duplicate kill counts. I mean,
Yeah.
literally, such good twins going on there. But again, some of the teams that we were waiting to see. We wanted to see, you know, those wrench in the woodworks. We wanted to see teams that we haven't been talking about as much today really pull something out for this last map. Yeah, and some surprising teams there towards the ending of that standings. But again, first weekend of the semifinals, still many opportunities ahead, and I'm just very curious to see how, you know, that overall standings is going to be shifting, because ATROX, I mean, picking up 20 points in that final map, that is nothing to scoff at. And of course, there it is. You know, if we have to talk about ATROX, we have to talk about the MVP, which is dead from ATROX with 5 kills, 1,148 damage, and 20 total survival time of 25 minutes and 57 seconds. Again, doing what they can for their team, and it's definitely showing there. It was close. It was so close to being an ATROX win.
So close to being an ATROX win, but it didn't. But ladies and gentlemen, drum roll as we take a look at the overall leaderboard as Esproxy tells us what's happening over here.
Whoa! Influence Rage Africa within 1 weekend, 1 point away from triple digits. Absolutely just starting. I mean, I was talking about strong foundations. This is as strong of a foundation in the first week that you could possibly be throwing down. KHK, of course, in second place there with 84. ATROX was just talking about them in third place with 71 points. And as we look down the ladder, of course, Magicians and Simon 4KT and Sincerity making an appearance there. Some of the teams we saw today, of course, rounding up your top 8, not looking too bad as well. I mean, it's not a huge gap for these teams to take. You know, again, I mean, Influence Rage Africa basically nearly picked up 100 points in 1 weekend. DK, what?
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, but that is kind of what we see at this level of play, right? The caliber of the teams, they are able to bring in absolutely phenomenal stuff. So, I mean, this is a beautiful way to wrap up only the first week. We still have a few more to go, and I'm quite excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. Who's going to be the team to just kind of set that standard, right? The requirement to be here, right? Because we've seen a lot of these teams show the potential, show their ability, that coming in from previous seasons, coming in from the Nkosi side, coming in from just the previous round. But that all kind of culminates into what we are having happen on the screens for this week, the coming weeks, and of course the coming rounds. And I mean, yes, this is an okay position to be in. Like, for instance, this third page, right? We do see that the players here from 17 to 24, they don't have the craziest amount of points on board, but it's the first weekend, right? And it's the first time that everyone has now played against each other on this next kind of round, the next kind of step up from the previous one. And I'm curious to see how much stronger the teams are going to come back in the next weekend, right? Because now they know where they are, what their kind of approach was coming into this weekend. And speaking about this weekend, we've got some crazy kills on the board there as well. I mean, we got Sully coming in with 20 kills. We got Bad Karma there from Slime 4KT sitting on 13, sharing the spot, of course, with a Berserk from Lag Esports. And then we have Ro there from Rila Insiders sitting on 12 kills. Some pretty crazy damage numbers in there as well. As you can see, of course, Sully sitting on nearly 40k, 4,000. Wow, 4,000. Never mind. Scratch all of that. A lot of damage. He's done a lot of damage, right? That's what he was. It's like, it's so much. Like Sid was saying before, he can't compute. I also can't compute anymore. That's just how much it is. And that only after, you know, the first weekend of play. So that is 2 days of gameplay. It's pretty crazy stuff to look at. And of course, those numbers are only going to go up from this point. And I'm curious to see, of course, what the next weekend will bring.
Speaking of the next weekend, it is about that time that we run, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say big thank you to Sproxy and DK. Please on YouTube, watch, comment, type like, share this video to your friends and family and non-friends and everybody on your list that you can attach it to. We want to see your feedback. We want to see your input. We want you guys to communicate and interact with this video, just drop a comment in the comment section down below. My name is Dr. Sid here with DK and S Proxy. Thank you so much for watching the Umzansi Esports League brought to you by Nodwin Gaming, and we will see you next weekend for more action.